I'd like to call this meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District to order. Superintendent, if you can call roll, please.
Absolutely. Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
All right. Before we start, are there any public comments? All right. Thank you, ma'am. We will now adjourn into closed session where we will handle student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference for real property, and personnel matters. So meeting adjourned. Today is April 10th, and I'd like to call the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education meeting to order. Superintendent, if you can call roll, please.
Absolutely, sir. Ms. George.
Here.
Mr. Merrill. Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here. I also would like to point out that I will be leaving the meeting early this evening. I have to head to the airport for a red eye to the East Coast, so probably somewhere between 7:30 and 7:45 I'll be leaving.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present except Mr. Merrill is currently absent. I was just going to let the board know that he is at his senior night tonight at Cordova High School for swimming, and he should be here at about approximately 6:30. So we'll mark his attendance when he arrives.
Sounds good for the record. We will start off with the land acknowledgement.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishnawin and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn. We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishnawin ancestral tribes and the Esto, Notomuse, and Nisimam Pewanon to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amishumni, Consumni, Halapuni, and Mokalumne to the south along the Great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nishinan, especially all future generations.
All right, thank you, Board. You can please stand for the pledge. I'd like to call Mr. Caden Head from Folsom High School up to lead us.
All right, thank you for standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. A broadcast statement and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast with replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast and DirecTV, UVerse, and cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and the video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect and civility and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demeaning, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during the board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written communication submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read per the Brown Act. The board is not allowed to enter in a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. All right, we will go into item D, District Recognition Month, Arab American Heritage Month.
Absolutely. FCLA President Kanan Peterson.
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, Board President Clark, and members of the board. The Arab American presentation tonight that you're about to see was developed by our equity leads under the supervision of Dr. Ayanna Peace. They were prepared monthly presentations showcasing a focus on equity throughout the year. Tonight, I would love to introduce Malia. Malia Hack, she actually is a former student at Gallardo Elementary, a student at Sutter Middle School, a Folsom High graduate, 2019. Folsom Lake College to UCLA with a BA in school in psychology. Congratulations. She's currently employed at Folsom Cordova under our testing in LPAC. So we're excited to have you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malia. Today, we're going to be learning a little about Arab American Heritage Month, what it means, how we can celebrate, even though I don't personally identify as Arab American myself. I'm honored to share this presentation created by FCUSD's Equity Leader team to help us all better understand and appreciate the diversity in our district and the contributions of the Arab American community. Let's start with a quote by Hoda Kotb. The days, months, and years eventually reveal a Polaroid, a clear picture of how significant events and decisions ultimately shape our lives. This reminds us that Heritage Months are about reflecting on the history, people, and decisions that shape both individual lives and our collective story as a country. We will be talking about the history, ways to celebrate, educational resources, and notable Arab American figures. Slide. The celebration itself began in 1990s in schools. Then, in 2017, a national movement to recognize its formality began. In 2019, Congress introduced a resolution, and in 2021, it was officially recognized as at the federal level. So this is a fairly recent but incredibly important celebration. Arab American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate culture and contributions, but also to confront stereotypes and bigotry. Arab Americans have been a part of the U.S. history since at least the 1500s. Two of the earliest recorded individuals were Estabano Ezamori from Morocco and Antonio Bishalani from Lebanon, who became the first members of the Arab American community that is estimated today to be about 3.7 million people. Maybe one more. Okay. There are so many ways to celebrate. Reading children books by Arab American authors is a powerful way to build awareness. We can also engage in cultural crafts like making Eid lanterns or make dubke dancers to learn about fun traditions. Some more books for younger kids would be the Arab quilt or Farah Rocks. Older students and educators can explore lesson plans on identity, colonialism, and culture through materials curated by Arab American educators like Dr. Nora Faraj. Now we'll be talking about a few very important Arab Americans. Farouk El-Baz trained Apollo astronauts and pioneered using space photography to study Earth. Linda Sarcer was a well-known activist who has fought for civil rights across many communities. Dr. Mona Hannah Atisha is the pediatrician who exposed the Flint water crisis and continues to advocate for children and immigrant communities. These are just a few examples of how the impact Arab Americans had in shaping our world. Thank you for listening today and engaging. Even if we're not from the Arab American community ourselves, it is so important to learn about each other's milestones in our rich diversity. I hope this presentation gave you a better understanding and appreciation of Arab American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Moving on to agenda consent, or adoption of agenda, I'm sorry.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Larrett, second by Board Member Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill. Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7, agenda consent.
Mr. President, I'd like to move pull out item I, please.
Item I, all right. Thank you. I will entertain a motion on the existing.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Charlam-Churla. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Item I, on agenda consent, Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Wait till Rochelle pulls that up. It is our contract for 2 portables for Riverview STEM. And I know that Trustee Larrett wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a little bit more discussion about why we're getting those extra 2 portables. And so if you can kind of maybe just kind of give us some timelines and
Yeah.
discussion on that.
Yeah, my pleasure. So there's been an interest for, I believe, many years with the very successful K-5 program at Riverview STEM in Rancho Cordova to expand that school to a K-8 school to further allow students to grow in the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics there at Riverview STEM. Currently, it ends at 5th grade, and the students head off into other schools in our district and not in our district. And so with the community support as well as potential support from the board tonight, there's interest in expanding the school to include 6th graders for next year. And then for year 26, 27, expanding the school for the additional 2 grades, 7th and 8th. So it will become a K-8 school for the year 26, 27, with the hope and the idea that they will then those students will matriculate to become Cordova High Lancers and further their exposure to great science and technology, engineering, mathematics education there. Yeah.
That's all I had.
All right, thank you, ma'am. With that being said, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Larrett, second by Board Member Reed. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Point of order, Mr. President. There is an item on the consent agenda that requires Mia to recuse her vote from that we didn't call out.
Yes. Individual motion on that. If we can.
So we need to pull J.
We'll need to pull J. And Board Member George, you will have to recuse yourself from that one.
Abstain, yep.
And I will entertain a motion on that moving forward.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Abstain.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir. I do believe now that you have some
Yes,
announcements to make.
some really exciting news.
buckle up. We have a few amazing new teammates that we're going to introduce. So I'm going to first start off by introducing all these Folsom Cordova Unified teammates were just accepted in the consent agenda. So now we want to introduce them as they are now going to soon continue to be employees in new roles or new employees to Folsom Cordova. The first individual I'm going to announce is actually not here, but I'm going to congratulate Luis Aguilar. He is the new head soccer coach for the boys soccer program at Cordova High School. I think Luis is planning on being here for the May meeting, so I'll save his bio for that time, but I just wanted to congratulate him. And next up, if I say your name, you're going to come up to this and be ready to do a 9-minute speech. No, just kidding. So, all right. Folsom Cordova Unified School District is excited to welcome Larissa Clark back to the district as a new nutrition services supervisor. Larissa brings with her a wealth of experience in school nutrition and leadership, having previously worked for 10 years in Folsom Cordova Food Service Department. She started as a food service substitute and quickly worked her way up to become a food service technician, gaining invaluable hands-on experience at various kitchen sites. Before returning to FCUSD, Larissa served as a nutrition services manager/director for Auburn Unified School District, where she led efforts to enhance the district's meal programs. Most recently, she worked at San Juan Unified School District for 3 years as a nutrition services supervisor, where she supported 15 schools and a team of 53 employees. With her strong foundation in school nutrition and a passion for promoting student health and success, Larissa is dedicated to ensuring that students receive nutritious meals in a safe and supportive environment. As a certified ServSafe proctor/instructor, Larissa is committed to maintaining high standards for food safety and staff training. Join us in welcoming home Larissa Clark back to FCUSD as we work together to continue providing healthy, nutritious meals to our students. So.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to come back after, 5 years. And I'm so excited to work with the food services team here.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Folsom Cordova USD is pleased to announce Aaliyah Wood. As the expanding learning supervisor for the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, Aaliyah brings a dynamic blend of leadership and commitment to the team at the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program with 20 years of experience in various roles, including serving as the Expanded Learning Site Lead at Carl H. Sundahl Elementary School. Aaliyah has demonstrated a skill set that is well suited to serve the FCUSD community. In the role as Expanded Learning Supervisor, Aaliyah will oversee student care and ACES sites throughout FCUSD. Aaliyah holds a BS in Educational Studies from Central State University and a Child Developmental Site Supervisor permit from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Aaliyah has a passion for supporting student success. Join us in welcoming Aaliyah Wood to Team FCUSD as we embark on a journey of growth and achievement under Aaliyah's leadership.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really excited to continue my work with the Expanded Learning team. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Folsom Cordova Unified School District is pleased to announce Jenna Trejo as the new assistant principal for Sutter Middle School. Ms. Trejo has over 16 years of experience in education, joining Folsom Cordova as an education specialist in 2015. She currently serves as the special education department lead and site admin designee at Sutter Middle School, where she has been instrumental in creating inclusive practices, a positive school climate, and data-driven decisions. She has served as the ESY principal, summer school assistant principal, and a mentor teacher with the district. During her tenure, she has consistently demonstrated a passion for creating supportive learning environments where students thrive. Described as an energetic and compassionate, Mrs. Trejo believes that all students can learn when we recognize each child's needs and they are provided the tools for success. Outside of work, Jenna is a fitness enthusiast who loves to spend time with her family and friends. She and her husband, Gabe, have 3 amazing children, Jacob, Eliza, and Julia, and they love watching baseball. It says, go Giants. I'm just reading it. As an A's fan, I'll say, okay. Camping and supporting local businesses together. Mrs. Trejo holds a Master of Arts and a bachelor's degree in child development from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, underscoring her dedication to continuous learning and professional development. Join us in welcoming Jenna Trejo to her new role as we embark on a journey of growth and achievement.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board and superintendent, and my family. I'm so excited for this opportunity, and I look forward to the new school year. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce Mrs. Erin Kaluza as the new assistant principal for Cordova High School. Mrs. Kaluza has over 24 years of experience in education with deep expertise in teaching and supporting diverse student populations. Mrs. Kaluza's journey in FCUSD began as a teacher at Mills Middle School, where she quickly distinguished herself and served in multiple leadership roles. In 2007, she joined Cordova High School's English department, where she continued her dedication to academic excellence and equity for all students, emphasizing English language development for both new and long-term English learner students. This focus and passion has led Mrs. Kaluza to serve all EL students at Cordova High School as the EL program monitor over the last 7 years. Mrs. Kaluza is well known for her high energy, warm personality, and talent for building strong and inclusive school communities. She believes in the power of education to elevate and empower all students and is committed to fostering equitable opportunities. Mrs. Kaluza holds a Bachelor of Arts in English and a Master of Arts in English. Join us in welcoming Erin Kaluza as the new Assistant Principal at Cordova High School.
Board and Superintendent, thank you so much for this opportunity to continue to grow in my role here at Cordova High School and to learn. And thank you.
Thank you. The Folsom Cordova Unified School District is pleased to announce Dr. Jonathan Johnson's new role as Coordinator of Research, Testing, and Evaluation. Come on up, Jonathan. A dedicated and data-driven educator, Dr. Johnson brings a wealth of experience from his leadership roles across K-12 education. Most recently, he has served as the principal of Theodore Judah Elementary in Folsom, where he championed professional learning communities, multi-tiered systems of support, and social-emotional learning initiatives grounded in restorative practices, all while fostering a strong and inclusive school community. His work focused on using data to inform instruction, close achievement gaps, and cultivate a culture of continuous improvement. Previously, Dr. Johnson served as the assistant principal at both Vista Del Lago High School and Cordova High School. In these roles, he supported the implementation of targeted intervention systems, contributed to the IB accreditation efforts, and led professional development centered on instructional leadership and data-informed decision-making. Dr. Johnson has classroom experience teaching in English and history in both middle and high schools. In addition, he has mentored aspiring administrators through the Sacramento County Office of Education. Dr. Johnson's educational philosophy is rooted in the belief that all students can achieve at high levels when educators are equipped with meaningful data, collaborative systems, and inclusive practices. He holds a Doctor of Education in Leadership with a focus on curriculum instruction from the American College of Education, a Master of Arts in Education from UC Davis, and a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from the University of Nevada, Reno. Dr. Johnson also brings extensive training and practice in PLCs, responsive classroom, and high reliability schools. Dr. Johnson is a local resident, and he enjoys spending time with his family, reading, listening to music, and exploring new ways to support thriving school communities. Join us in welcoming Dr. Jonathan Johnson as our new Coordinator of Testing, Research, and Evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson and board members. Going into my 13th year in the district next year, I look forward to continuing to serve our amazing communities, our amazing teachers, and the work that we're doing here. Thank you, sir.
The Folsom Cordova Unified School District is excited to announce Omar Field Ridley as one of 2 new directors of educational services. Mr. Omar Field Ridley has 2 decades of dedicated and impactful experience in education and a deep commitment to fostering equitable and transformative learning environments for children. He is currently the Director of Equity and Student Achievement for the Education Services Department in San Juan Unified School District, where his efforts to promote student wellness, amplify student voice, and create spaces of belonging for students and staff have become the strong foundation on which his passion for instructional equity and educational leadership have been built. Mr. Field Ridley also provides leadership coaching and support to numerous principals, vice principals, teachers, and coaches in his supplementary role in San Juan Unified as a site supervisor and as a leadership coach for the Sacramento County Office of Education. He is the current co-chair of the Sacramento K-16 Collaborative, a partnership between higher education, K-12 county offices of education, and district LEAs from 12 district regions across California who support and manage California's regional K-16 Collaboratives grant program. Earlier in his career, Mr. Field Ridley served as a Director of Education Services in Stockton Unified School District. Before that, Mr. Field Ridley worked in the Elk Grove Unified School District, where he spent 8 years as a teacher at Mary Tsukamoto Elementary School, a vice principal of Irene B. West Elementary School for 2 years, and was the principal of Charles Mack Elementary School for 5 years. Mr. Field Ridley has 2 degrees, a Bachelor of Arts in History and a Master of Arts in Education. He has spent 30 years of his life in Sacramento area, and he and his wife, Genevieve, will celebrate their 24th wedding anniversary in May. 2 of their boys have graduated from college. Their oldest daughter is completing her sophomore year in college, and their youngest boy and girl are in the 8th and 10th grade. Join us in welcoming Omar Field Ridley as the Director of Educational Services.
think I wrote down too much there. But thank you. And thank you for the welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. Everyone that I've had the opportunity to meet has been so just welcoming to me, and excited about what's about to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce Jenna Schutte as one of the other two directors of educational services. Most recently, Ms. Schutte served as the principal of Blanche Sprentz Elementary from 2021 to 2025, the assistant principal at Mills Middle School from 2018 to 2021, and the interim principal at Carl Sundahl Elementary in the spring of 2018. With a wealth of experience in the field of education and a commitment to fostering academic excellence, Jenna brings a dynamic blend of leadership and expertise to our school community. Jenna is entering her 30th year serving Folsom Cordova and has held various educational roles, from a classroom teacher and district academic coach to site administration at both the elementary and middle school levels. Jenna has demonstrated a passion for creating supportive learning environments where students thrive. Jenna Schutte holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Liberal Studies and a multiple subjects credential from California State University, Chico, and an administrative credential from the Sacramento County Office of Education. Mrs. Schutte has earned several awards, including a Sallie Mae New Teacher nomination in 1997, Site Employee of the Year in 2007, and Special Education Administrator of the Year nomination in 2022. Join us in congratulating Jenna Schutte at Team FCUSD as we embark on a journey of growth and achievement under her leadership.
Superintendent Swanson and the members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to continue to serve for Folsom Cordova in my 30th year. Starting next year. It's hard to believe. I do want to share really quickly that I want to welcome Omar Field Ridley, myself, and just the serendipity that Omar was actually my coach 2 years ago through SCOE. So now we get to coach each other.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. We're done.
All right.
That's it. You want more?
All
We can do
right.
some more.
No,
But yeah.
that's okay. Point of order, I do want to welcome student board member Merrill to the dais. So welcome, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you. I was late because I was at our swim team senior night, so I didn't miss the alarm or anything. Don't worry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just a clarification from the superintendent for the public's sake. The individuals that were just announced, they will be finishing the current school year in their current positions and going to those new positions after the current school year, correct?
Believe all of them. Is there anyone that's... No, all of them, yeah. Larissa's already started.
Yes, she started.
Food services, we keep feeding kids.
Okay.
So, yeah. But
With
yeah,
that, okay.
Larissa, yeah.
All right, I just want to make
Thank
sure
you,
the
Sean.
public didn't think their current principal wasn't going to finish the school year with
Thank you,
them.
sir. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Noted. Thank you. All right. Looks like we're at item 8, special presentations, recognition of winter sport teams and coaches.
Yeah, I'll welcome Director Scott Meyer to the lectern to present our winter sports teams and coaches awards.
All right. Well, good evening, members of the board, administrators, coaches, families, and student athletes. I'm not Mr. Maroon. I'm not going to be able to bring his energy. I'm definitely not going to be as loud as he is, but we do share a passion and also just a lot of respect for our student athletes. I have a couple little ones myself, so it's a real honor to be up here and celebrating the outstanding accomplishments of our winter sports teams and our dedicated student athletes. I also want to give a shout out to all the parents out there because I'm learning the hard way what a job this is. So, all right. So we're going to start off with our team achievements for our middle schools. So if we could go ahead and get our Sutter Middle School 8th grade girls basketball team and coach to come on up. Coach, thank you. Oh, you can, I'm a newbie here, so we can stand facing the board, please. And we'll get a picture at the end, okay? All right. So Sutter Middle School, the 8th grade girls basketball team were champions of the Foothill Athletic League. These athletes demonstrated incredible teamwork and resilience throughout the season, securing their well-earned championship title. Way to go, girls. All right, we're gonna make you stand up here for a minute, because next up, we're gonna have Sutter Middle School's boys soccer team. Their coach, could please come up. All right.
They played soccer with two guys. You must be good.
Yes.
All right.
All right, so champions of the Foothill Athletic League, their skill and determination set them apart as the top team in the league. And I know that's a competitive, so nice work. All right. Oh. I'll trade you. All right, so next up, we have Folsom Middle School 6th, 7th grade girls basketball team. So if they could come up along with their coach. Find some room, find some room. Let's go over here, please. So,
Face the crowd. Yeah. Yeah, your parents and all that. Yeah, there you go.
all right.
They're the ones honoring you guys.
So champions of the Foothill Athletic League, this young group of student athletes showcased impressive talent and drive, bringing home the championship for their school. And again, these are all such competitive. I mean, I remember as an athlete, and you all should be really proud of this because it's just getting more and more competitive every year. So what we'd like to do is give them one last round of applause. And would the board like to come down and get a picture?
Yeah, we'll coordinate a photo. Student athletes, just come on, kind of grouping together. The board's going to come down with you.
Yeah, I think maybe what we should do is just stand up.
We'll stand up
We'll
back
get
here.
close together.
Perfect.
You guys come to us.
And then our comms director or comms chief will take photos, and then parents, you'll have a chance to come up and take photos as well.
Don't sit down. One day I'm gonna.
Congratulations, y'all. Good job.
Yeah, good job, girls.
All right, this is good. All right, I love it. Okay, so your parents are gonna take a picture after me, so stay right where you are, but look up at me and thank you so much. All right. Okay. Please. I did more than one person at a time.
All right.
Up, coach. All right. So next, in addition to our team achievement, we want to recognize outstanding individual student athletes who have earned all league honors. These students have demonstrated exceptional skills, leadership, and sportsmanship throughout the season. Their commitment to excellence sets a standard for their peers and serves as an inspiration for future athletes in our district. Tonight, we acknowledge and celebrate their hard work and success. If I can have the athletic directors from all three high schools, please come up. And our student athletes, as you see your name on the screen, please come up to be recognized. We're going to start off by honoring. This. No one else is here?
No, I know they're all at a conference right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, we have more. Come on up. All right. So normally I would have the athletic director pass these out, but I think what I'm probably going to have is, you want to help me out with this, Oliver? Yep. Thank you. So next up, I'd like to, please remain standing. We also have our boys soccer, Cordova High, Folsom High, and Vista Del Lago. Please come up. Okay. And then do we have any wrestlers? That was my sport. Oh, here we go. All right. I wrestled 45s and 52s. That was a long time ago. My understanding, we have some folks going to state as well. Can I get a raise of hand if you're going to state? Oh, you already did? Wow, that is super impressive. I couldn't even imagine. That's some serious dedication. So, next, can we get our girls basketball, Folsom High and Vista Del Lago All League? Come on up. All right. And then the last is our boys basketball from Cordova High School and Folsom High School. Please come on up. All right. Before we do a picture with these folks, let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause. Okay, if we want to walk up over here. Let me get the what? I'll get the girls.
My goodness, you've got to get in the picture. Don't be shy. Or maybe in the front. That's great. Okay, I'm going to take a picture here, and then I'm going to ask you to all please stay right where you are. I got you. All right. So we are almost done here. So we have some other news from the sporting world. Our Sutter from our winter sports season, our Sutter Middle School 8th grade girls basketball team. Other accomplishments are soccer. Vista Del Lago boys soccer secured second place in section and advanced to the NorCal regionals. Our Folsom High School girls soccer, also second place in the section, earning a place in the NorCal regionals. And then our Vista Del Lago girls soccer competed in the section playoffs. And then our wrestling achievements, all three FCUSD high school wrestling teams had athletes qualify for the section masters, demonstrating the depth of talent across the district. Folsom High School wrestling achieved an incredible feat with 9 wrestlers advancing to the state championship. I mean, that's incredible. So Cordova High School wrestling also had a record 70 wrestlers participate this season, reflecting the growing enthusiasm and commitment to the sports, to all sports at CHS. So also equally incredible. So congrats to all of our teams. And then our last piece is we want to give acknowledgement to our Folsom High boys basketball team. So if the Folsom High boys basketball team and coaches could please come up.
While they're coming up, I do also, Folsom High girls basketball also finished second place and advanced to NorCal Regionals. And Vista Del Lago girls basketball earned a spot in the section playoffs. So we are just crushing it. So, this isn't the whole team, but hey, thanks, Coach. All right, so Folsom High School boys basketball team won the San Joaquin Division I section championship. Winning is no small feat. Competing at the highest level against some of the most talented teams in the region, the Folsom Bulldogs showcased their skill, resilience, and heart throughout the season. They had an overall record of 28-4, taking a first place in the Sierra Foothill League, and then beating Modesto Christian for the section championship was the icing on the cake. The road to championship was paved with challenges, but through every game, the Bulldogs demonstrated grit and determination. They battled through intense matchups, executed their game plan with precision, and displayed the kind of perseverance that defines champions. So, congrats.
Right. And the board is we're gonna go down
Yeah.
and take a picture with you guys.
Yeah, I don't think if you stand behind them, I don't think they're going to see you. Good call on that one, President Clark.
All right, if you don't mind. Oh, yes, all right. Okay. Oh, there's some tall people there. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3. Hutch, does anybody need to take a What's that? All right. I'll make sure.
All right, so super proud of our student athletes and coaches for their accomplishments this season. It's really cool to see that hard work and perseverance pay off, right? Sometimes we work super hard and don't get the results, but guess what? Sometimes we do. And so thank you to the board for your continued support of our athletics program, your commitment to providing opportunities for our students to grow. And really, I want to give a shout out to all our coaches. That can be a really grueling job. So thank you, coaches. Let's continue to build the momentum and look forward to even greater achievements in the seasons ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we're looking at 8B, staff presentation, middle school math program. Superintendent?
Yeah, I'm going to invite Dr. Jim Huber, and he will introduce his team. This item comes from a request from the board, I think in a prior meeting, to talk more deeply about the changes in our middle school math program moving into next year. So Dr. Huber?
Yes, thank you. Folsom Cordova Unified School District is refining its middle school math pathways to enhance student learning and increase student success in mathematical studies, addressing the gaps that math teachers at middle school and high school levels have identified over the past several years. This approach takes into account both the academic and emotional development of our students. This evening, the team presenting the work completed over the past year with Folsom Cordova Unified School District's secondary math teachers are math lead teachers Sean Kivley and Chris Stankovich, Director of Secondary Education Services Lori Emmington, and Director of Educational Technology Pam Oyen. Sean and Chris will be our main presenters this evening. I want to end by emphasizing that while we are better aligning our pathways students may take in middle school, all learners will retain the same ability to achieve the highest levels of mathematics that are currently offered in our district. And with that, I'll turn things over to Chris and Sean.
I need just a minute for I'm in the reader's era of my life, so be patient here. So Superintendent Swanson, as well as President Clark and the rest of the board members, we're grateful to have this opportunity to present to you information on the pathway and what's going on behind it. I am Sean Kivley. I've been a lead teacher for 4 years now, and this is my partner in crime, Chris Stankovich. So we have really been diving into our what's going on with mathematics and making sure that we are thinking through what is best for all of our students. So when we first started this discussion, as Dr. Huber mentioned, it's been years in the making. And the high school and middle school teachers did share some concerns about the preparedness for our students in the IM sections, so IM 1, 2, and 3. At the district level, then we started to look at what are pass rates and our middle school challenge test data and started to wonder what's going on with some of that information. And so we met with our teachers and just troubleshooted some ideas, and our teachers actually suggested a different approach, that we will have our students take that 5th grade placement test to determine where they will be in 6th grade, whether it's course 1, which is 6th grade standards, course 2, which is 7th grade standards, or course 3, which is 8th grade standards. And they will be challenged within those courses, but then ready for their next section. So as we continue this conversation started, this led to that broader conversation of middle school mathematics with our leads, with our teachers, and extended throughout high school and counselors. We got feedback from high school counselors. Additionally, we got student feedback. And noticed some stress around mathematics. That seemed to be a consistent message from our counselors as well as student feedback. And we have had programs such as Stanford's Challenge Success Program brought to many of our comprehensive schools due to those stress levels in academics. And math is one of those highest stress levels. And as Chris and I were going through this, we just wanted to make sure that we had more data and more information for you. So forgive me for reading from here. I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting anything. But there is some research out of Harvard that states only about 40% of our students who are accelerated remain advanced through high school. So that made us start going, well, what are we doing in Folsom, Cordova? And so we just did a quick little dive. And within FCUSD, approximately 1 in 6 honors students exit the accelerated track before high school currently. Of those who remain on track, approximately 50% of those students who begin accelerated pathway by taking either IM 1 or 2 in middle school are not completing their projected calculus course by the end of high school. And even among those that do take Calc AB in time to take Calc BC by 12th grade, approximately another quarter, 25% of them are not. So while about 40% of our students enrolled at above grade level middle school math are not completing a score on CASP even at grade level. So we were looking at all these different bits of data. But we also want to emphasize that we are not taking away student opportunities, but rather making them more successful throughout their tenure at FCUSD. As we build that stronger mathematical foundation in middle school, we know that our students will have more opportunities with that strong foundation to be able to challenge courses at the high school level and throughout the rest of their mathematics career in FCUSD. So we just wanted to share that data. So from this, we started looking at goals and policies and making sure that we are aligned with the high school policies. So high school have pathway policies. We wanted to get those middle schools speaking that same language as our high schoolers do and as our students do as they enter college. We also wanted to support the stress level of our middle school students. We know there's a pressure in there for all of us that have been through middle school, just the changes alone, and that's just increased with the advancement of technology. So we wanted to take those considerations of student success, post-secondary policies, board policy and ARs, administrative regulations, and what are surrounding districts doing. So as we pulled some information from surrounding districts, you'll notice on this chart that none of the surrounding districts go beyond an IM2 for our 8th graders. And research is really showing the importance of that. And some of the standards that are in our course 3 are really imperative for success in IM2, even though it sounds a little different because there's a lot more geometry standards and whatnot in there that we really want to make sure our students are going through. And as the lead teacher, I also support GATE testing. And so with GATE students, I have worked with them almost the entirety of my career in FCUSD. I've been here since 2001. And we are fully aware of the complexity within a student, the stress level that come. I am a former GATE child, and I did not open up to my parents about the stress levels. And so we know there's some of that internal stress. So we want to make sure that they are getting what they need. They need that complex and deep challenges in their education. They need those problem-solving skills to give them the confidence that, okay, I may not know this formula, but I understand this piece and I can problem solve until I get there. And giving them those opportunities for collaboration among peers, because we all are aware that we all collaborate in our day-to-day lives, and giving them those success skills beyond there. And we also wanted to make sure that we were aligning with our vision and mission statement of FCUSD that I'm not going to read, but you guys are aware of what our vision and mission is. And before I turn it over to Chris, I have those people that know me, I am a little bit of a math nerd and love folks. And there are several math people that I love, but I just really appreciated this quote from Pam Harris, who was a former high school teacher, as a university lecturer, and currently studying a lot in mathematics and continuing, but just really talking about not the fuzzy think better approach, is about building stronger brains, expect more and not less from our students, and giving them the tools to actually be successful, what she calls mathing. It demands increased sophistication of strategy, and that's where our framework is asking us to go with our students, where the research is asking us to go with our students, and where we believe these pathways will take our students. So with that, I'm going to turn the time over to my colleague, Chris.
All right. A few definitions to start here. This one is a curricular definition out of the framework. Additionally, this aligns with the new art and science of teaching, which is the basis for teacher evaluation starting next year and then moving forward beyond that. Specifically, element 9, which is a part of FCUSD's model of instruction. Part of this is providing students with varied practice, which students are ready for when they can summarize how to perform a skill, strategy, or process, explain when to use the skill, strategy, or process, as well as describe the general use of the skill, strategy, or process. Students accelerated into a course where they have the full year, will have the time to explore the concepts at an above grade level depth, respective to their grade level placement. All right, so this definition in the framework aligns with the CASP rubric level 4 requirements. A further expansion of this states that conceptual understanding cannot be considered rigorous if it cannot be used to analyze a novel situation encountered in a real-world application or within mathematics itself. Computational speed and accuracy cannot be called rigorous unless it is accompanied by conceptual understanding of the strategy being used, including why it is appropriate in a given situation, and a correct answer to an application problem is not rigorous if the solver cannot explain both the ideas of the model used and the methods of calculation. So part of what students will have time to explore given the full year is this depth. All right. So our goal is to show that students are ready for this challenge in skipping course 1 or course 2 from a prerequisite skills standpoint. So students have consistently demonstrated this through our multiple measures, including a level 4 CASP in grade 4. We don't have a grade 5 score for them. So Renaissance Analytics provides a guide for us to incorporate a second measure. Using these multiple measures aligns with placement policies across districts and is a recommended policy by placement administrators across secondary and post-secondary education. Right. We're in the early stages of assessing 5th grade students. At the time of submitting this presentation, most of the 7th graders have, most of the students completing the 7th grade readiness have been assessed now, but we're still gathering the data. But at the time of this, the submission of this presentation, early data showed a pass rate of about 33%. So this is just information for you. And here's some data from previous years. Again, at the time of the submission, we did not have the complete details from one of our sites. So this is just one of the sites in Folsom. And then speaking to the other site, to give you a greater perspective of this, is that 6 out of 87 students passed any challenge test in 2024, and 1 out of 80 passed in 2023, including no students who passed the IM2 challenge in either year. Right. And early data indicates that similar numbers of students will have the opportunity for acceleration to IM1 and IM2 in middle school as do currently, We're not eliminating opportunities for students, we are shifting. With clear and consistent policies, early indications from this year's data show we may even see more students taking Calculus BC with a greater level of foundational support, particularly speaking towards this accelerated track.
Chris, if you don't mind, can you move back to the previous slide? On that, 2022 and 2023, close to 40 people took course 2, and about 5, 6, 7 might have passed it. What grade levels those kids are? Do you have that breakdown by chance? Are they 5th graders taking exam of course 2?
These are students who were current 6th graders accelerating into IM1 in 7th grade.
Got it. Got it. So okay. This is for IM1 and IM2, the current 6th graders.
Yes, these are the challenge courses. So the course 2 honors, they would be placing into IM1. Similarly, course 3, student challenging course 3 would place into IM1, and then they're skipping those respective courses.
They skipped course 3, for example, in that example. Okay, thank you.
So these were the goals of the team who met. And again, this was teachers across the district, administrators as well. The room was pretty packed for this conversation. And the solution that the teachers came up with is supported by the research we've spoken to today. So here are a few examples. There are dozens of possibilities for a pathway a student might take, but just some to highlight how a student, even a student who's not placing into course 2 or course 3 as a 6th grader, could still take Calculus AB or even Calculus BC by the time they graduate from FCUSD.
So just for my clarity, going forward from next year and onwards, all 6th graders can only take course 1.
No.
All 6th graders will get either, depending on how they're doing in 5th grade, on the 5th grade placement test. We're going to do that 5th grade placement test. And that will place them into course 1, course 2, or course 3.
Or course 3. They can skip 2.
They will be in one of those 3 courses as a 6th grader. And so wherever they land on that first 6th grade column, then head over and
This is for next school year. Okay. I just want to, that clarity. It may be right now, but that's the only reason I was asking. So kids can be placed on course 3 if they can do well on the 5th grade challenge test.
Yes, and they qualify that through the multiple measures. So.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other questions on this slide? All right, so all students interested in challenging an academic course have to file. This is pertaining specifically to high school. So once students complete their middle school pathway, just some examples of the opportunities that are available. So this is in alignment with the board policy. This board policy has, I'm not sure exactly when it was in place, but students have always had this opportunity as long as it has been in place. We're currently in year 2 of dual enrollment, and then concurrent enrollment will start next year as well. So back on the previous slide, that's what was indicated with the concurrent enrollment in, for example, pre-calculus. So, which students could complete in the summer and then not have to add a course. So that's why it was between the 2 grade levels there. Mm-hmm. All right, good.
So are we, any other clarification questions?
I will entertain questions from the board.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Just a couple of questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was helpful. It clarified a couple of questions that I already had, so I'll try not to repeat them. So you mentioned it was well-attended by teachers. Were teachers, honors math teachers included from all the schools, all the middle schools?
They were invited.
They were
That
invited.
doesn't mean they all came, but we had a good portion of honors and IM 1 and 2 teachers that also teach IM 1 and 2 at the middle school specifically.
Okay. Were the fifth grade math or teachers involved in the discussion as well?
No.
No? Okay. Were the high school teachers were included, math teachers were included in the dialogue?
As part of the concern was raised from math
From
teachers during our
Yeah.
math task force meetings and conversations.
Were they involved in developing this strategy, I guess is what I'm wondering.
In this particular plan, because it deals with middle school?
Yeah.
It was middle school teachers.
Okay.
In this particular meeting that we were referencing.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, was it unanimous or was there any concerns raised by any of the teachers?
This plan came from a teacher. The finalized plan came from a teacher and was shared out with everybody that participated and asked them to share with their teams specifically and give input. And all feedback was, this is great, let's move forward.
Okay.
And it was representative of all sites across the district.
Okay. Let's see, you answered that question. It was in your presentation, but I think there was some confusion in the public. The fifth grade challenge test is going to remain. It's not going away, correct?
Right, yeah, that will be part of the new protocols.
Let's see. All right, I have some comments, but I'll hold off on that. But those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I just have comment. I just wanted to say thank you because I know that the rollout of the math framework has been many years in the works, and creating a pathway in our district that not only goes into the depth of the framework, which is new to the district and all of our teachers, but also allows students to gather not only a necessary understanding for now, but also in the future. And I know moving forward, you look ahead at the high school level, and IM3 is that gatekeeper class, and it keeps so many kids out of where they could reach their full potential. And I think that allowing students to have a full in-depth knowledge at this foundational level, no matter what level they're at, going into middle school level math classes, high school math classes, they look very different than they've ever looked to them in elementary school. So I know that it looks different, and different is sometimes scary. And I think that without trusting the experts, which are the math teachers, and I am by no means a math teacher or a math expert, far from it. But I do know that that is the one class that gets people in high school to the point where they're dropping out, they're changing schools, they're completely changing their life plan. And if we can do something where we are saving students' social emotional health once they get into high school, where there's so many other pressures, I commend the hard work that you guys have done. So thank you.
All right, any other comments?
I had a question. So is there going to be an option to do pre-calc and calculus? I think that was one of to be concurrently enrolled in pre-calc and calc.
So the concurrent enrollment would occur like during the summer, for example.
Oh, during the summer, okay.
It could also be completed during the fall semester, since it's a semester-long course at the junior college level, and then A and B could be completed afterwards. There's various options there.
Okay, and would kids be allowed to challenge in high school? Because is challenging just restricted for middle school or high school as well?
Challenging is actually in our board policies and ARs for high schools.
For high school, okay.
Yeah, starting your freshman year, you can challenge a course. Each school has a little different schedule, so you need to consult the counselors there, but no, they have an option freshman year, first thing.
All right, any other?
Last one,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Sure.
On slide 7, ma'am, that comparison, we are on par with other districts?
Yeah, so we looked up, when you see some of the NAs, those schools don't have sixth graders. So some of our surrounding districts have seventh and eighth grade in middle school. So that's not comparable. So when you look at, if you see the top line is in black, that would be their course. So like, I'm gonna pull out rescue just because it's nice and wide and we can all see it. So rescue, they can start in a course 1 and course 2 and course 3, which is one of our pathways. Or they can start in a course 2 accelerated and IM1 out accelerated. And then they have algebra and geometry. So I put the IM1 and the IM2, they call them different things. So, but they do course 1 no matter what, which is 6th grade, no honors. And then in 7th grade is where they split. So they have course 2 or course 2 accelerated, or algebra 1, which for us would be IM1. So it's nobody goes above, even in San Juan, if you look at the San Juan, they go up to math 1, they call it, IM1 and algebra 1, math 1, all synonymous. But at Churchill specifically, they go up to IM2, which is again where our pathway is aligning.
IM2.
Sean, I have a quick question. In terms of, I believe there's a misconception in terms of honors classes currently, and our honors classes teach just that grade level standards, correct? Or do they teach? I'm asking
depends.
Sean, thank
Yes,
you.
Yes. Our course 1 is just 6th grade honors.
Okay.
Course 2 honors is a merging of 7th and 8th grade standards, and that's where we're starting to see some struggle, especially with the 8th grade standards. While a student may show strong success in that course, and then they show strong success as an 8th grader in IM1, the feedback is that there's a struggle because of merging of 2 grade levels of standards, and course 3 is so imperative for IM2, which sounds weird, but it's skipping over, right?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Want to make one comment. I had a student who was in honors 6th grade, 7th grade, but the problem was that we didn't have enough kids for 2 full sections. So there was like 10 kids who didn't end up getting placed in an honors class because there wasn't enough for a full section. So by going to this method with a course 1, a course 2, a course 3, with, you know, possibility of maybe having some 6th graders, some 7th graders, the student who is excelling is going to actually be able to do that instead of being in a class where there's just not enough kids for a section, and so they're just staying in their 6th grade math. Does that make sense? Yes. So I do want to highlight that that is a big win for students as far as filling a section and actually being able to advance into it, because we do oftentimes have students who could be in an advanced class, but we can't fill a full section. So what do you do with those 5 kids, 10 kids? So it then becomes a lottery style, which is like really inequitable. And so now we're kind of solving that inequity problem by saying, hey, you know, because we're going to have more of a chance of filling 3 sections full, you know, of classes versus just a small group of kids. So I'm actually really excited to see this, because it really kind of derailed my student from that advancement, because then it was just almost like going and doing a class year over again. So I think that this kind of solves that issue quite a bit.
Mr. President,
Yes.
are we taking public comment on this item or just in public comment?
We will be taking it just in public comment.
Okay, then I probably won't make it through public comments. So let me, I have some observations, I guess, I'd like to share. So I know we mentioned, you know, social emotional importance for the changes, and I appreciate that. But I think there's different sides of the coin on social emotional as well. The one thing I do like about the current honors program is that by and large, it's homogeneous classes where you have students who are skipping one, especially one grade level, are basically being maintained together in the same class. So these are students that are high performing, that are kept together rather than having them intermix with the students, 7th grade students, if you will. And, you know, I think that can be very healthy for those students. Sometimes students that accelerate may not necessarily fit the mold of an average student, and they can sometimes be bullied and picked on, especially if they're overperforming students that are older than them. And I'm concerned that, from that angle, we may be setting these high-performing students up for potential failure. Either the class instruction goes slower because you don't have a homogeneous class, or even worse, they go into a shell because they don't want to stand out in a class with students that are seventh grade level, if they're sixth grade students. We have plenty of examples of how we highlight excellence in sports, right? We have comp soccer, we have travel ball, we have these, each sport has, where the excellence rises to the top. We even have, obviously varsity versus junior varsity and freshman sports. So I guess I'm just a little concerned that we seem to cherish excellence when it comes to athletics. Why are we not cherishing excellence when it comes to academics? We do have parents, and I guess students as well, who also like the fact that it has the honors distinction. While I could probably go either way on that, what I would simply say is I'm also meaning that if they can still accelerate. So I appreciate that. I appreciate a sixth grader could be in seventh grade or eighth grade, but don't we potentially risk losing some students to other districts that maintain the honors vernacular if the parent wants the student to have a class of that nature? Now, maybe you're going to tell me there is no honors program in any of the neighboring districts, which then I guess that would take care of that. But so those are my concerns. And I would just also note that the district as a whole is above state average in math. It seems sometimes odd if we're going to tinker around with something that we're already doing pretty good at. I appreciate the answer that, we want to make it better. So those are my concerns that I just wanted to mention before I have to leave the meeting. But that's all. Thank you.
Can I kind of respond to a couple of those thoughts maybe? I think with your reference to athletics, I don't actually see it much different because I feel like they're given the opportunity to then be in a class with students that they have tested to show that they are at level with. So they are creating a team or a class of a homogeneous class of mathematic ability. And so given that might be a freshman playing on a varsity team because their ability shows that they are able to be on par with ability of that varsity athlete. Just the same as somebody taking the test in fifth grade that says they are on par with course 3 mathematics, they are now going to be on a team with a course 3 mathematics class, which is a homogeneous class, where the other pathways that we have is where students are finding themselves in classes that are not homogeneous. By name they are, but this is really showing on multiple measures because we all know that one single test can't show us the measurement for a student and for their abilities. So using multiple measures, you're now getting these students in a truly homogeneous class. So that's just one thought on that. And then I'm gonna go back way in the day, and Jim's gonna laugh because we used to just say like honors for all. Like it's simply a title. And so I think when we're moving forward and we have these district goals of high academics and we are pushing our students harder and deeper with all of the new frameworks, we need to be looking at it not at like, here's an honors class for some, but not for all. We have honors expectations of every single one of our students, and it simply is a title at this point. And so So getting to the point where we are having high academic expectations of all of our students and students living up to those expectations and feeling like they can be accomplished, we could call all of these honors classes and it would ultimately be the same. So, so I think that moving forward, this is allowing more students to be in the place where they are comfortable and can be successful.
I guess one other thing worth noting. So I guess I've been on the board for 6 years. This is the third time the district staff has recommended eliminating honors in the middle school. Probably 3-4 years ago, they attempted to eliminate both the math and the English honors program. The prior 2 times that this has come to the board was unanimous in opposition and said, no, we support the honors program in middle school. You know, I personally support the honors program in middle school. I mean, I'm fine with, you know, perhaps lessening the number of challenge tests within middle school. I'm perfectly fine with that. We have the challenge tests up front, which is good. In 5th grade, we have challenge tests in 9th grade. If the concern is potentially having issues with the challenge tests after 6th or 7th, you know, maybe that's something that's a reasonable change to be made. But yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to indicate, again, before I leave, that I am supportive of the honors program, both English and math, and ensuring that there's hopefully an opportunity for students to continue to participate. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed. And thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. So moving forward, we're going to go ahead and jump from that into now public comment. And I do know that there are, looks like 8 folks that will be coming up to give a public comment regarding middle school math. But I do want to read a quick statement that I have to read. Time will be given to the speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. So with that being said, we will call our first speaker up, and that would be Satul Shah.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very, very frustrated with the proposed math changes. They are discriminatory and ill-designed to pull gifted kids behind. I see no high school math teacher and hardly any middle school math teacher for Folsom as contributors in the presentation earlier. Does anyone even have a fifth grade kid who want to excel in math? I guess not. Not enough skin in the game. I'm a Folsom resident for 20 years, iPhone engineer at Apple, and parent of 5th and 8th grader. I'm here to demand keeping honors math and challenge tests in the middle school. Advisor to President Jimmy Carter famously said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Our advanced math program has been working great and is far more superior than new announced changes. All parents here agree in blue here. Also suddenly announced changes in the middle of school year is absolute insult to democratic process. Since then, many parents have come here to explain that it's a big step in wrong direction, but superintendent and board has done nothing to address the issue except justifying like today as a stubborn kid. Be assured that we will remember that next time when we vote. I have a few comments on math presentation. Low pass rate in challenge test is expected. Tests are not meant for everyone to pass. How eliminating them entirely is any solution. Secondly, you showed all neighboring schools district have honors math and accelerated math. Then why take out ours? Third, chart showing how well honors math has prepared kids for AP courses for over years is missing. That data would have been compelling to keep honors math. Your basis to rely on concurrent enrollment at high school to eliminate challenge tests in middle school is flawed. Kids would have to juggle many advanced courses simultaneously and would increase their stress significantly. Fifth, also pre-calc requires IM3 as a prerequisite, which they wouldn't meet in 10th. So finishing AP Calc BC would be really, really hard. Challenge tests also accommodate kids who learn at different pace or who miss placement tests due to personal reason. Eliminating challenge tests would take away their right to access advanced math. In conclusion, announced changes to math program are half-baked, discriminatory to keep gifted kids behind, and so we asked to immediately reinstate honors math and challenge tests. Secondly, move placement tests after summer in the beginning of 6th grade year, just like challenge tests in high school for adequate preparation. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, sir. Akish Shah, please note for the record that he is a student.
Hi everyone, my name is Aksh and I'm a 5th grader at Goldridge. I was a spelling bee runner-up in my school and math bowl finalist in my class. I'm also in top of my class. I love math and it comes easy to me. I was excited to get into honors math just like my brother who is in 8th grade now. So I was really upset to learn that school took away honors math suddenly. How would you feel if a basketball hoop is raised up to 50 feet in the middle of a game? That's how I feel. Unfair. Also, it is ridiculous to expect me to show mastery of 6th grade math before my 5th grade is finished. Unless if I was in GATE program at TJ Elementary, I would stand no chance in passing placement tests. Don't you think? You also are taking away challenge tests in middle school, which tells me you don't want me to get ahead in math. Are you also cutting back on other programs? If not, then why do you have to target math? I would really like you to, 1, put back honors math and challenge tests. 2, allow placement tests for all after summer break to allow enough time for preparation. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Alex Black.
Thank you for hearing me out. First off, thanks for all the hard work. My wife and I have been Folsom homeowners for about 24 years. We have students at Oak Chan Elementary and Folsom Middle School, again in 5th and 8th grade, so that's why this is very prescient for us right now. I'm here to discuss my 6th grade daughter not being allowed to test for an appropriate math track. The 6th and 7th graders were allowed to test, but the 5th graders had extra requirements to even be able to take the test. We've been proud to have our property tax dollars support education, and we're upset that we can't test for what seems like, among other things, school crowding. When we found out from her teacher that she was doing really well in math, we also found out that one obscure test in between Thanksgiving and Christmas decided whether or not she was even allowed to take the test. We're helping our 8th grader through her planning for her course load at Vista right now, and we've seen what school options are limited by math requirements. My daughter has come home with an A+. She came home with one yesterday. She said she was one of 4 students in her class to get an A+ on that test. She's had consistent A's in math. The teacher recognizes that she should be able to take this test and has encouraged us. She deserves an opportunity to test for the track like the 6th and 7th graders have. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Black. All right, Nicole Haney. Heine.
No worries.
Sorry for butchering that.
No problem. It's common as you might imagine. Thank you for bringing this topic to tonight's meeting. We, as you have heard, are very concerned about the hasty implementation of this new math curriculum pathway. We're all wearing blue here to show you that we're concerned about this issue, and there's lots of people that couldn't join us tonight. I am a chemical engineer. I worked at Intel. I have 4 children in the district, and I'm also a guest teacher. I teach math and science. I'm also the STEM director at Gallardo Elementary in the district. I'm here to tell you that not one of the math teachers at Sutter and Folsom High were consulted about this pathway. We would like to see names of the teachers who said yes to this program. Sutter was completely taken by surprise. A plan had been announced, and then 2 days later, they came back and said there will be no honors, there will be no challenge tests. All of the teachers at Folsom High, including Ray Shio, who is our amazing calculus teacher, he had 29 people pass the BC calculus test last year. 24 got 5s, and 5 got 4s. When I spoke with another friend who was the principal in a high school principal in Granite Bay, she was shocked that we had those numbers, and she said that's on par with Davis and Palo Alto. We have a statewide amazing math program at our high schools. And to completely change the pathway flowing into those courses is going to dramatically affect our children's ability to apply to colleges and to get into the schools. The STEM programs that we're all so adamant on having everyone join are going to be out of reach because the concurrent enrollment, I showed that to Mr. Shio this morning. I taught pre-calculus today. He laughed at. There is no way to take 2 of the hardest math classes in high school and put them together somehow. Folsom High is at a disadvantage because they do not have a block schedule like Vista does. Vista does allow you to accelerate through more math classes, but Folsom High only has the 6 periods, and we are locked into those 6 periods. Middle school math is at a much slower pace than we teach at high school. It is much easier to accelerate for kids that are naturally good at math in those middle school years. I hope that you will listen to the parents that are here telling you all the other things to reinstate our honors programs in math this year.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Sarah Raj.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm a computer engineer. I worked 18 years at Intel in graphics architecture and in AMD now for the last 2 years in CPU architecture. And I have a 9th grader at Oak Ridge and a 5th grader at Theodore Judah. So my 9th grader, we live in Folsom, but he is on the water polo team at Oak Ridge. But he's also in AP Pre-Calc at 9th grade because he took IM1 in 6th grade and IM3 in 8th grade at Folsom High. And there were like 20 kids who went with him as a carpool. It all worked great. The children did really well and are still doing well. But when they say that El Dorado Hills does not give you options as our school district, it's wrong because in my son's 9th grade class, there are 7 other kids who are taking AP Pre-Calc as 6th graders. As 9th graders. And they have accelerated through the El Dorado Hills School District school system. So I'm not sure what people are referring to. And I have friends at Sutter because my son went there and none of the teachers said they were consulted because I specifically asked them before coming here. So, it's disappointing to see that when you are in high school, you can apply for internships to go other places and work in the summer. Many of them require you to have calculus to get into some of the more competitive programs, which means that our kids from FCUSD will now be at a disadvantage. You are only looking locally within the neighboring 3-4 school districts, whereas we compete nationally. We have to compete with Texas, where children at middle school are taking AP classes because they let them, right? There are children who are capable of it. Why are we curtailing them, right? I mean, I don't understand. America is so advanced. People come here, and over here, we can't give our children the possibility to accelerate is, I don't know, nonsense. And to say that you take the test in 5th grade and you're tied into that for 3 years in middle school, I mean, children grow. I mean, they might not do great in 5th, they will do great in 6th, in 7th. There is a huge change when they go from like elementary to middle to high. How can we say that you are stuck here, be bored in class, it's fine you are not learning anything new because this is all we can do? I mean, is that what we are paying taxes for? It doesn't sound right. I mean, we are trying to say that America needs to compete internationally better. I came here on an F1 visa to study and on an H1. If this is what we are going to offer, we have to get engineers from India and doctors from India more because none of our children will be capable to compete. It's sad but true. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Aniket Sonikar? Is that right?
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here today to offer my strong support to all the points that have been made by my fellow parents so far regarding the math placement test and the honors math program. When my wife and I decided to move from Los Angeles to Folsom, we had not even heard of the name Folsom, and when we looked it up, the only two things that came up were Sutter Street and the prison. As we did our research, though, there were two fundamental reasons that helped us make our decision. One was the strong and growing technology industry in the area, but the biggest reason was the presence of many California distinguished schools in Folsom for our daughter. We continue to believe that we have made the right decision until earlier this year. The decisions that have been made by the board or the administration earlier regarding the placement test and honors math not only lack foresight, but also send the wrong message to the technology industry and to the kids. The message the board is sending is that we are taking away the opportunities and preparation for the real world, which during our kids' foundational years have allowed, local talent to be leaders, to be successful a part of the technological growth. We're telling our kids that you can casually change the course of their lives and that they must be followers just because the school district decided to follow other surrounding districts without fully analyzing the situation. We are telling the companies that our kids are falling behind the curve and they will have to think about getting talent from outside in the future and therefore impact our local economy as well in the long run. As our leaders, I'm sure that you will resonate with the voice of the community and make the only right decision about our children's future. I leave you with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King: "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Natasha Shetty?
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come here and speak again. I was here a couple months ago bringing up the same thing. So when we did this a couple months ago, probably either February or March board meeting, the concern then was the challenge test was going to be wiped out completely, right? But I appreciate the fact that we retained the challenge test for the 5th grade because that was a big concern. Kids are going to middle school and going to a place where they could challenge, they could do better. And now you've given away those opportunities, you've taken away those opportunities. That was the first thing my daughter said. So my daughter calls her older brother Anna. That is out of respect from in our native tongue. So she said, "Mom, why does Anna get all the opportunities and I, just because I didn't go to Theater of Judah, I don't get those opportunities?" Because that's not fair to her, right? We talk about equity. Why not offer that equity everywhere, not just to one group of kids? I have nothing against Theater of Judah. My older kid went to Theater of Judah, so I'm very, very pleased with how well he's gotten, how far he's gotten. With my daughter, I would like to have that same opportunity for her. So that was my first part that I wanted to talk about. My other part is in middle school, right? To Sarah's point, they can test in 5th grade, but when they get to 6th grade, right? You would like to have some more opportunities. Not everyone does well on every test. We know that. You talk about stress. Yes, kids are stressed. And I don't think a little bit of stress is a bad thing for kids because it helps them be resilient. It helps them become stronger. Do you think kids who go to competitive sports don't have stress? They do. Yet we're willing to spend $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, drive all over the country to get them into those sports programs. So why not do that for academics, where they can actually have a shot? Not everyone is going to make into a national team on sports, but everyone can do well in school and actually make it well in life, right? I'm an engineer. I came here because I got married and my husband's an engineer. We all have similar stories. We came with nothing, right? We came here as a student. We didn't come with a lot of money. We didn't have a lot of money to throw and everything else. So we started from scratch. And so to make it this far, be here in this country, which is a land of opportunities, and not actually have opportunities for your kids is actually very demeaning. It's very demotivating, and it's very unfortunate. I mean, I'm seriously considering, do I even want to stay in Folsom? I hate it because I love Folsom. Why should I leave Folsom? You know, I want my child to have the opportunity that my older child had. I shouldn't have to leave Folsom. I would like to have those opportunities, continue to get those opportunities for my child. So I strongly urge you to keep those middle school challenge tests because I don't think it's a good idea to take it away. Like, keep it. We expect not everyone will make it, but that's how challenge tests work. Keep it so people have the opportunity. Don't take away opportunities from kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shetty. I am going to butcher this one. Sharitra? All right.
Hello, Superintendent Swanson and members of the board. I am Ira Modi, and I go to school at Theater Judah Elementary. I recently took the Course 1 challenge test, and it wasn't that hard, but the fact that I have to come over here, feel like I'm going to pee my pants, and talk to you speaks numbers about your decision. I strongly believe that this is the wrong decision, and while I think your heart is in the right place, your decision, it doesn't align with your ideas. Is there any chance you could go back to that quote on the slideshow?
Unfortunately, we cannot.
Okay, well, that talks about mathing. You want to give your students the tools to success, you want them to succeed, but then you take away the choices and chances and opportunities that could potentially affect their whole life. And that isn't really fair. The people that went into honors in 6th grade, they get to continue their path and they'll probably get better opportunities in life than us. I am a 5th grade student, and like I said, I did take the Course 1 challenge test. And I don't see why you would have to take it away from the next years. You say that you want to reduce stress, but you're putting so much, you're causing us more stress by putting the weight of all of that on that one test that we have to take in 5th grade. And then you say later, so I went to school one day, and then I found out you're taking the Course 1 challenge test. We already were. And then you're not going to be able to take this in middle school. And you'll next be able to take it in high school. And you cannot take it again. And then, what was I going to say? Thanks. Yeah. So you're holding us back, and let's say I take this awesome math course over the summer. I understand everything now, but I already took that Course 1 challenge test, and I didn't do so well. Now I'm stuck over there, and with the social emotional learning stuff that you were talking about, I go in, I'm super bored, and science has actually proven that kids who are advanced, but they're bored, they actually cause more problems. So those bullies you were talking about, they might be just as smart as those people who are being bullied, but they didn't get the opportunities. I'll walk out on that note.
Thank you so much, Ms. Modi. All right. So is Sharithia not here, or did we skip? Oh, all right.
It's Shrutika, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am Shrutika. I'm a 20-year Folsom resident and actually went to the Bay Area and came back because I wanted to give my children the best school district that is around. I actually moved back for FCUSD. Ira is actually a classmate for my son. She and my son are in the same class. They've grown up through the 5 years together. And my son took the course 1 challenge test, and then he took the course 2 challenge test. And somebody said it's very stressful. A little stress is good if you're given in small doses over time, like having challenge tests at a regular interval. My son told me after the course 2 challenges, he said, Mom, for the next 3 days, don't ask me to do anything because I was so stressed that the next 3 years of my life are going to be determined by this challenge test. How is it fair? What if I was sick on that day? I wouldn't have done well, right? So that was my son. My daughter, who is a 3rd grader, will not even get any more opportunity. Like going forward, her pathway is going to be determined again by the challenge test. She is going to be stressed because I'm going to tell her that this is the opportunity. Her teachers are going to tell her this is the opportunity. Thank God she's in 3rd grade today because the 4th grade requirement was not even visible to us till it was November of last year, which means she could have done really bad if she was in 4th grade on her star level requirement and not even qualified to take a challenge test in 5th grade. There was some clarity about pass rates and format of testing. Yeah, these are supposed to be difficult. You're not supposed to have high pass rates. If that's the case, then everybody is going to be an honors student, right? And then if the goal is really to improve the standards, let's look at it realistically. The goal is to improve the standards. The goal is to build better citizens for this country in the future. Then help everybody who needs the help. Don't hurt people who are excelling already. Don't take away opportunities. That's my request. We all know Cal State admissions are not getting easier. They're getting harder and harder. And by taking away these opportunities, we are starting them at lower standards on students who are capable of meeting higher standards of education. And by saying honors for all, no disrespect. I saw a full load of sports team getting recognized. I would love for my son, if it's honors for all, he plays basketball at school, bring him here, give him an award. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That will conclude our public comment on the middle school math. I'm sorry, point of order. Is there one online? Okay. All right, Miss Aliana. Can we hear her? Is she on?
I am here. Thank you. Little technical difficulty. Thank you, board, for bringing this up so that the public has the opportunity to comment. I just wanted to note that while we are concerned with, many things as a community, including equity, social emotional impacts of offering these academically advanced courses, we do need to be mindful that when it comes to equity, that does and should include children who are neurodivergent. As I know, and I'm sure many of the others who are teachers or parents know, many children with autism or ADHD can excel in certain academic courses such as math, but may struggle socially or in sports. And having those children acknowledged as well, whatever their background might be, as important to honor their gifts is as important, in my opinion, as honoring children who have a gift for English, art, athletics, or music. We would never talk about removing special education classes to try to equalize things. And we shouldn't be talking about taking away advanced courses either in a school. And I just wanted to comment, another parent was talking about the stress that their child felt. In a time when the school district, their own data is showing that 5th graders are when students start losing that interconnectedness to their school, taking away one more way for some children to feel connected to their school, to feel important in their school, and to build relationships with others who share their gifts is really shameful, in my opinion. Some children don't have the same abilities as other children. And wherever they shine in whatever aspect that is of their life, schools should be there to honor that and to cultivate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any more online? All right, thank you. Well, that will conclude our middle school math public comment. We will move on to continue our public comment, and I would like to call Mr. Earl Smith to the podium.
Before my time starts, Mr. President, I just want to bring attention to an email I sent to all board members, Dr. Ogden, Dr. Huber, I see Principal Cadenhead in the background, regarding bylaw 9323. I know it is the intent of some members of this board to limit my speech or my daughter's speech. So on that board policy, it states,
The board shall not prohibit public criticism of district employees. However,
right there. Okay. That is what the bylaw says. So if I do plan to criticize employees in this district, I'm going to point something out that I think the parents here will favor, because I have been dealing with a similar issue. But if that is, then, Mr. President, you respond to me of what your recommendation is in the appropriate way of complaint. I will welcome that, and I want to bring that attention to the public that I will welcome that. But that bylaw does not prohibit me from naming employees. The district policy is that employees must be responsible for their actions or non-actions. Is that good? May I?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And
right.
No, maybe not. I don't know. So my issue has been dealing with the jazz band and jazz choir at Folsom High, specifically the responses of the teacher at Folsom High and the principal. The thing is Faith has excelled in music. I've not been boastful of my accomplishments in music. There's nobody in this area could even match the level of connection that I have within the industry. James Cameron, to make mention, if I throw names out. There should be opportunity for children to excel in their wishes. There shouldn't be where a student wants to excel and that student is denied from even taking that subject. That is what we've been dealing with. Mr. Swanson, I love you. And regardless of the scenario or situation moving forward, I will always welcome a cup of coffee from you. But however, when you see the people come up here and speak about the math, you see one demographic. And yet, when you see all the parents who come up here, you see a different demographic. I'm sorry. I'm trying to point out something deeper within the district. Because I sat in a meeting with Miss Emmington as Faith poured down and cried, and she blamed it on me. And my daughter, right there in tears, had to correct her and say, no, I'm crying because of what the principal is doing. Because of what the jazz teacher is doing, which the CDE ruled. The jazz teacher's actions was wrong. And May 31st, the staff must be trained on retaliation discrimination. Well, April 1st and April 2nd, my daughter is met with more retaliation, not only within the district, but reaching out to where I have found an alternative. All parents listening about the math situation, I found an amazing solution. Go to Visions. She's about to finish this year. I pulled her out, put her in Visions, and in 1 year she'll be finishing 22 college-level credits, meaning she's accelerated in math. She's finished. When she goes back to Folsom High, all she'll have left is government and econ.
And I did that on purpose to leave opportunity for the music and she can at least enjoy her last year for the 3 years that's been taken away from her. You can't get back time. Time is the most expensive thing in the world. And you take away the opportunity for the math for the children, you take away their future. I understand that there's certain type of demographic that don't want to see others accelerate. Or maybe in the home, those aren't the same values taught to those children, but they're not equal. Let the ones that want to accelerate, accelerate. But you should never let a student who wants to at least take the first level or be in it and say no, like Jazz Choir has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, Faith.
Hi, my name is Faith Smith. I'm a junior. I am currently at Visions in Education, but I was at Folsom High School freshman, sophomore year. I've been in the district since 4th grade. My plan was not to speak about the math issue, but seeing everything that's happened, seeing the presentation, I would like to speak a little bit about this. I have accelerated in math. I know a lot of people who have. There's one girl I know. She is a sophomore. She has finished Calc BC already. She's in college math right now because Folsom High School does not have anything higher than BC. You guys are taking away that opportunity from these kids. These people who want to accelerate in these things. I've accelerated in this. And if you take away that opportunity, when they go off to college and they need that high math level, it's going to take them longer to finish college. It's going to look worse on colleges. Why hasn't this student finished math? Why haven't they finished this stuff when other students at other schools are? You guys are going to take away that opportunity. So I wanted to mention that first before I start talking about my situation, which is similar to that. Taking away opportunities for me when I go to college so I can do violin, so I can do music. Right now, I usually speak with my written. I'm speaking right now off of my experience and off of what I've been hearing and what I've been thinking while listening to this presentation and listening to these other parents speak. Now I will talk about what I originally planned to talk about. So last week was jazz auditions at Folsom High School. I went on April 1st to go audition for jazz choir. And when I went into the audition, you know who I saw? Julian Cunningham, my jazz choir professor at ARC. You all know I passed his audition in the fall, and I passed it this last semester as well for spring. But I'm currently not in it because he decided not to accept my dad in the jazz choir with no reason, even though my dad was in it last semester. This is very similar to my current situation with your Folsom High School. It was very questionable when we heard about it. Why is he denying my dad, who has a degree in music from one of the top 10 music schools in California, and his primary instrument is voice? Well, the ARC Jazz Choir was planning to go to the California Jazz Championships, which is put on by the Live Performing Arts Academy, which is the LPAA. This is ran by both Curtis Gazer and Gal Williams. Gal Williams is the current jazz teacher at Folsom High School. It looked like they were trying to corner me. So, take my dad out of the picture so I wouldn't be able to defend myself. It was a little far-fetched at the time, but now it's clear that that was the intention. Julian knows about our situation, and he told us that he was no longer in contact with Miss Williams, and yet here he was at Folsom High School's jazz choir auditions. He knew I would be there, and he still went. It's a conflict of interest. Oh, and you allowed him to be there. It's a conflict of interest, but it was also intimidation to tell me that Miss Williams can take away my opportunity even when I no longer go to Folsom High School. This is the type of teacher you employ? The type to threaten and harass students, minors? That's who you want in your district? This has happened to other students, and it's going to continue to happen to more students than just me if you don't stop this now. I also asked her at the end of the audition, are students being denied? Because that is not what it says on the rubric. I read the rubric last board meeting, and she said yes. But she also said that in order to pass the audition, you just need to be in tune, and if you're 50% out of tune, then you will be denied. If that's her determination, then why does the rubric say otherwise? Is she not following the required rubric? If she isn't, then why have I been denied 3 times? And what is that even being based off of? I sing in tune on top of that. So based off of what she said, I should have been accepted. Not only did this happen, but the following day I went to the audition for jazz band on violin. She saw me and called me over to ask what I was auditioning on, and I told her I was auditioning on violin for the trombone section since that's the section I play in at ARC.
Hey, can I stop you right there? If it's okay with the board, I'd like to add a couple of minutes. I just want to hear out your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh yeah, I told her I was auditioning on violin for the trombone section since that's the section I play in at ARC, but she said no. But then why did she bring the University of Pacific Jazz Combo my sophomore year who has a jazz violinist? She told me to make sure I'm there, but she's gonna deny me from being in the jazz band on violin? She's gonna dangle a carrot in my face like I'm a rabbit? I asked the jazz violinist if she has played in a jazz big band, and she said yes at her high school. This was in front of Williams during their Q&A. That same jazz violinist is now at Cal State Northridge playing jazz violin as well. As of right now, I have had my last audition, and I am still arguing the same point. But not only that, I have also faced retaliation, discrimination, harassment, and intimidation. I feel extremely violated as I tried to find an alternative for the time being while I continue to fight for my rights as a student and try and make you move on this issue. Yet here we are, and it has happened again. I'm gonna be a senior next year. It's gonna be my last year of high school, and the slow movement of this district has ruined my teenage years. This started when I was 13. In a year, I'm gonna be 18. Are you gonna directly do something about this or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. All right, that does conclude all of our public comment. Just for assurance, Martha, are there any online? Okay, thank you, ma'am. We will move on to item 10, a report of district organizations. We'll start off with our Student Advisory Board.
Yes, hello everyone. So today we had basically our last meeting at Kinney High School, because next one we have a celebratory meeting. So this was our last kind of super formal official meeting. We had it at Kinney High School, and I just want to say, Kinney High School, I've been to all the secondary schools in the district, and Kinney High School is so beautiful, and I was not expecting it. It's a very small campus, but it's so beautiful and clean, and it was a very, very nice day. And I think their tour and that campus might be like top 3 favorites. Obviously, Cordova is number 1, but I really loved Kinney's campus, and yeah, today's SAB meeting was one of my favorites. The Kinney culinary students, they made us muffins, and they also served lemonade during the SAB meeting, which was something that has not been done yet by any of the schools. Just want to point that out. Ms. Ashley of Food Services also presented new menu options to SAB. We dedicated a little bit of time to her. We had a few new options for food, and I know our students are very, they're very involved with this school lunch, especially because now that it's free and there's so many students getting school lunch, they were very glad for the opportunity to try out these little samples, and they were really good. And I'm actually really jealous that I'm not going to be able to eat them next year because I'm graduating, but they were really good. And, we had them take a survey to kind of help get that process going. We also collaborated with members to create kind of like fun, informal TikToks about International Night, which we will be featuring on our Instagram page, which is FCUSD SAB, by the way, just to plug that in there. And yeah, that's my part, my thoughts.
Ben covered most of it, and the only thing that I wanted to add is that the staff at Kinney High School were also amazing people. I had to come a little late because of a math test, and I was kind of lost, or I didn't see where everyone was, even though the campus was really small. And I went into the office, and they were all super sweet, and they were just really kind people. And I noticed that, and I was like, wow, yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right, thank you. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Swanson. Classified staff will be meeting on the 23rd of this month to ratify Articles 6 and 7, which we were able to negotiate earlier in this year. Bargaining will be happening on the 30th of this month. we are ramping up for the end of the year. There is a lot going on. Although we are in bargaining for compensation, we have been able to resolve a couple issues with benefits that will impact a lot of our folks, classified folks, especially the folks under 8 hours. With the work of the benefits committee, Sean, and HR department, we've been able to come up with a solution to give our 5.75 and above. It would actually be 5.7 hours, 0.7 FTE, 100% of the cap rather than a prorated cap. This is a big impact for classified staff that will help for many years in retention and bringing new folks in. I'd like to thank the benefits committee, HR department, the bargaining teams, both FCA and CSEA. It's been a long, hard work getting to this point. Benefits committee has a lot of work to do coming up, and the benefits department is going to be buried. So please save them this year. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
All right, thank you.
May 8th, employee recognition event. That's my favorite event of the year.
Rob, could you repeat that date again?
May 8th. 4 and 6, Hagan Park.
All right, Folsom Cordova Education Association.
There he is. Hello, board. I usually don't do this, but so for those of you who don't know, we are going to be in a fight in the state of California for funds. Proposition 55 is going ahead and expire in 2030. CTA is trying to get ahead of the situation. So this is kind of my ask for us to go ahead and work together collaboratively. So let's see if this works. Do I push? Oh, okay. So what's it say? Since 2012, Proposition 30, which was the original one back in 2000, and then extended to 55, have generated an average of $9 billion annually for California public schools and community colleges. $7.7 billion to the TK-12 school districts annually, which is 14% of the LCF, which would be approximately $31 million to FCUSD's budget. Look around the district. For every 1-6 educators, you could lose their job if we don't pass the extension. If we don't pass Proposition 55, we will lose funding in 2030. Failing to extend Proposition 35 tax on the wealthy would mean a loss of over $9 billion. This would result in devastating cuts. 15% of our budget would likely result in substantial educator layoffs and classified. That would severely impact our students. Oh, this is the same slide. It didn't do what I was wanted it to do. Okay. So Proposition 55 was approved in voters in 2016, extending Proposition 30's personal income tax increases on California's highest earners until 2030. The tax extension applies to California's wealthiest residents, those filing jointly with more than $700,000 in personal income in 2023. Proposition 5, and any extension is not a new tax. So what they're paying today would not go ahead and increase unless they get more money. Then they would go ahead and they would pay more taxes. Revenue generated may not be used for administrative cost. Local schools, boards otherwise decide how the funds are spent. Much of the funds are directed to the sites. So the history of Proposition, in 2012, we went ahead and we approved Proposition 30 with 54.4%, barely passed. And 2016, we were better at getting this passed, which is 63.3%. If you go ahead and you look at the difference between 2012 and 2016, they did go ahead and eliminate some things like small businesses, agriculture, and those type of things that that affected the difference between 2012 and 2016. So Proposition 55 essentially is essential to our fight for school funding. We know that our schools need more money, not less. Maintaining what we have won with Proposition 55 is an essential part of everybody's fight for school funding, especially since this board went ahead and asked Sean to go ahead and cut $3 million of money as it is. I would like him to be able to find $31 million from our budget. Good luck. In a recent CTA survey, nearly 2,000 educators across California, more than 3/4 of respondents said that schools are underfunded, classrooms are overcrowded, and educators' pay is not keeping up with the cost of living. Winning the extension of 55 is critical to maintaining what we have and gaining more in the future. How do we keep these funds? We educate everybody on the need for an extension of 55. We gather signatures from the public, especially teachers, at the start of 25-26 school year to qualify the initiative. Integrate Proposition 5 standards with FCUSD's campaign and get out the votes. So I know that this, FCUSD is going to be doing, hopefully, a district-wide bond and any other things that they are doing. So if we could go ahead and integrate those ideals into one campaign, along with CTAs and FCEAs, we'd be able to go ahead and hopefully, at least in this area, be able to go ahead and hopefully pass the extension that CTA will be working on entirely. So we have a tentative timeline, CTA does, for gathering signatures. May and April, we just signed, FCEA just signed a resolution and sent it off to CTA. Sorry, guys. So this is our resolution. It basically goes ahead and just says where we stand. I am asking that this board goes ahead and does one similarly to, for a resolution to go ahead and extend Proposition 55. In August through September, so basically the fall, we'll use the process to go ahead and build local capacity for signature gathering on the incentives and hopefully FCUSD's incentive as well. So how are we going to do it? We're going to talk to our coworkers, our friends, family about the need of the extension of 55, share how much our district will lose if we don't pass 55 extension, and then pass FCA's, and then we pass the FCI's resolution already. So what I'm asking you to go ahead and have a resolution and show commitment to extending Prop 55. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I will say, well, I'll ask the board for consensus on that, whether we move forward with that, and we can actually direct our staff to do that if we are all in consensus of doing a resolution. I will tell you, as a representative of the California School Board Association, that was the topic of discussion at our last Board of Directors meeting. I believe that it will be a topic at our Delegates Assembly May 16th, 17th, and 18th, I think. And we are committed as CSBA to working alongside CTA to make sure that, we get this going and get it passed. So just wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate it. And
Very welcome.
the board will go ahead and support that as well.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you. What's next on our? We are looking at the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. Mr. Peterson?
I knew it was me. I knew I was up next. Hey, good evening, Superintendent Swanson, Board President Clark, members of the board, and distinguished colleagues and guests. I'm here to convey my profound appreciation for the exceptional efforts and dedication of the FCUSD Human Resources team and Joni Cunningham, the coordinator of New Teacher Support and Development. Their unwavering commitment has been instrumental in the successful recruitment, hiring, and support of teachers at Folsom Cordova. Really what the crutch of it is the contributions of this team, particularly their meticulous and collaborative organization of the last couple hiring fairs. have been invaluable in attracting talented and dedicated staff to our schools. These hiring fairs are crucial as they set the foundation for welcoming new hires into our community by creating a positive, organized environment where we ensure that new staff members feel valued and supported from the very beginning. This positive tone is essential for fostering a sense of belonging and motivation among new hires, which ultimately contributes to success and retention of our teachers. We are indeed fortunate to have a committed staff, as all these are an amazing team. Let's continue to support and recognize their efforts as we strive for excellence in our district. So have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you, sir. District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Clark, members of the board, our Superintendent Swanson, and my esteemed colleagues. We have a quick report for DLAC tonight. Last time I was here, I spoke about the Parent Summit that is labeled the Recognition Ceremony, and that's our culminating Parent Summit. And in this very room, we celebrate our students who will be reclassified. I'm happy to report that we, this year, actually garnered over 350 students who have been reclassified. A lot of hard work out there, not only, of course, from first and foremost from our students, our staff and their families. And as you know, there's a process to becoming English fluent, and these students met that. So they will be recognized here. Their principals or school representatives will be here. And in addition, we'll also be recognizing our state of SELA biliteracy earners. And those are graduating seniors who have demonstrated biliteracy in obviously English and another language, or often 2 or even 3 other languages. I did want to highlight the fact that SCOE, in addition to, so the dates for the Parent Summit is April 22nd. I did share a flyer, and there is a calendar invite out. April 22nd here, like I said, in this room, 5 to 7:30. The next item that I'll talk about is the SCOE State Seal of Biliteracy. This is not something that we feature, but the Sacramento County Office of Ed has had for now going on 13 years, a recognition ceremony for our State Seal of Biliteracy students, graduating seniors. A collection of high schools gather in an auditorium, and we take turns in the district's multi-purpose auditoriums, theaters, and Cordova High School will be hosting the Sacramento County Office of Ed State Seal of Biliteracy, where our county superintendent and other notable leaders will be present in recognition. It'll be my honor to be there, and you, of course, are welcome to attend. We see a lot of students. We do have a number of, want to say also 300 plus students who will be receiving the State Seal of Biliteracy from our district. We always have a very what I say large, but a great number of students who get recognized. It's such an honor, and I'm so proud of all their hard work. And my team who did a lot of work and heavy lifting and making sure the testing and everything. So I want to shout out to the categorical team. Those are our reports today for DLAC. Again, see you at the Parent Summit, our recognition ceremony, and shout out to all those kids and their achievement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. At this time, we will take any reports from board committees who have met prior to this board meeting.
I can do CAC yesterday, which was, well, there's 2 CACs, so the Curriculum Advisory Committee. And there was a number of courses that came through. We will see them, I think not next meeting, maybe the meeting after that, come through for approval. The biggest change is that there is a shift in our special education pathways, and we are getting rid of some of the hundreds courses. And so because of that, some of the tens courses and some of the thousands courses had to be adjusted appropriately. The good news is more of our students are going to be on a diploma track, which our goal is to have all students gen ed first. And so removing that 100s course actually put in a lot of, not accommodations, but what takes them off? Modifications. So it modified the course rather than accommodations. And so removing that allows more students to graduate with a diploma in our special ed program. And so it's very exciting, I think, moving forward and getting students into the general education classroom using general education and grade level curriculum and with the supports that they need. So we'll see a lot of the thousands course coming through, and then the tens courses to reflect the new curriculum. So that was the bulk of them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I have one quick follow-up question to Kara.
Sure.
On that one. Is the previous presentation taking out challenge test, whatever we discussed here, does that come through that committee by chance, or that's not the scope?
It doesn't, because that's not a course outline. So all of the course outlines are what comes through. If there's adjustments to, say, course 1, course 2, course 3, that's what goes through that committee. And when it comes to the committee meetings, it's gone through the curriculum advisory department. It goes through all of the department leads at the different sites. And depending how the department splits it up to help write them, but it's an extensive form that they have to really complete and dig down and get all of the standard alignment, the guaranteed and viable curriculum. So everything is put into there to ensure that our students, no matter where they go, the course is the same that they are taking. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Superintendent, did you want to report out on our Folsom 2x2? It was just really brief, but.
I'm happy to, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we meet quarterly, I believe, with 2 leaders from the Folsom City Council, and we do the same with the Rancho City Council, but this, we attended, myself, Trustee Clark, Board President Clark, and Trustee Reed, with a couple members of the City Council in Folsom, alongside the new city manager, the chief of police, some members of our team from business services and facilities. And the topics that were on that agenda we were talking about growth south of 50. We talked about some proposed legislation from Assemblyman Hoover as it relates to the American River Canyon community. And there was one, Council Member Justin Rathel brought up Folsom Community Service Day. And so we partner with, see your mic. We partner with both cities on their Community Service Day because we feel so fortunate there's so many members of our community that want to volunteer and help out our schools. And so in that, we partner through our Chief of Communications, Angela Griffin and Kelly. And so Councilmember Rathel wanted to talk about that as well. So.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other committee reports?
We have a safety committee and what's the other one? CTE. On the safety committee, it was a very extensive, discussions. It's almost like 2.5 hours. Scott and the DT and the team has presented about the vaping and the drugs, what exactly we are doing as a school district. And it's a very informative, and there are quite a few parents are there. And now Scott is, you can chime in anytime, Janet. Scott is now formed a small task force about the vaping and drug task force. And they'll be having a meeting on next month, 6th. So we are taking seriously the residents' concerns, and we are acting. That's the message I want to pass it to everyone who couldn't make it to that meeting.
Yeah, and I would like to report on that too, that we did have a lot more students and parents this time around. So that was, I think, really helpful. And as always, the students had some really good insights into some hot spots on campuses and different things like that. So always having those students there at that meeting, I think, is really important. And then we attended the CTE meeting as well. And that was pretty cool. We mostly at that meeting just went over kind of what each of the CTE pathways were at each of the schools, and kind of got to do a tour at Folsom High as they were the host site this year. So not much to report back as far as movement. I think they're continuing to just move on the pathways that they're having and probably be looking at some CTE programming in the future. So, and then the only other one that I had was we've had several facilities meetings in the last few weeks. Last week we had a visioning meeting to talk about future middle school, high school, shared spine schools. And we had some boards that were up around the room with different kind of styles of schools from internal classrooms to the external buildings and landscaping. And it was well attended. We had district staff, site staff, board members that were there, and just starting to have that conversation as far as when we start to look at building our secondary schools, what those will look like. And then also we reviewed not at that meeting, but another facilities meeting, the possible plans for elementary schools as we build our new ones in Folsom and potentially in Rancho Cordova as well in the next few years. And really what I kind of took away from that is our conversation that we kind of have had on our Measure Our Schools. With consensus of the board, I would kind of like to direct staff to kind of go back, and Mr. Reed was on board with this too, to kind of go back and look again at Cordova Villa and Rancho Cordova Elementary to do a little bit more extensive work on some of the back portions, specifically at Cordova Villa, on the area where they were not going to remove those classrooms. And then also to kind of go back and look at Rancho Cordova Elementary, because there is still, with the current remodernization of it, there still is going to be some significant parking issues and things like that that we need to address. So if you guys are on board with that, I'd like to ask if staff could go back and look at some of those areas again, if you guys are cool with that.
Board Member Lofthouse, are you okay with that? Board Member Charla, are you good with that? Okay, yeah, I think we should go ahead and move forward with that, Sean, if you can, please, and Eric.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, any other reports under board committees?
No report, but I do want to say that I appreciate this being added to the agenda. So this was something that came from our workshop last week, and it's very helpful. I think not only for us as a board, because we only sit on certain committees, but for everybody else too. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item 11, discussion action item. A, approve closure of Folsom Lake High School. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. We'll welcome Dr. Jim Huber back to the lectern to talk about the proposal to close Folsom Lake High School.
Good evening again. So yes, this evening, bringing forward a proposal that has been several years in the making, as we've just seen some pretty radical changes to Folsom Lake High School as we've returned from COVID, and Folsom Lake High School kind of not ever recovering from that. Also, during COVID, some other things were put into place for alternative education, such as we now have an online high school, as well as our independent study programs at Walnutwood. So there's Innovations Academy, that's the online high school, as well, actually it's K-12, but as also at the same campus as well of Walnutwood is our independent study programs. So there's a lot more opportunities for students to make credit recoveries or get on a different pathway to that diploma. And as such, we've seen the enrollment at Folsom Lake High School continue to decline. So this last year, we kind of closed off the campus to only juniors and seniors, again, because of just the numbers. And then next year, we'll be down to simply seniors, roughly around 30 students. So it just doesn't seem fiscally responsible, nor is it really what we would call a vibrant community any longer as a school, as a high school. Also, it's additional work for the school, because even though there's only 30 students there still has to be a SIPSA completed, the school plan each year for that school. They also still have to go through WASC accreditation, which means the following year, I believe it's the following year that they are up, Mr. Caden had left, but I think it's the following year that they're up for their WASC review, which is a really in-depth process to go through, requiring a lot of work. So again, from the district standpoint, we've worked closely with Folsom High School administration over the last couple of years as we just tried to figure out different approaches. And we think with everything that we're currently offering, the most sensible option is to simply close the school. Questions, comments, or rebuttals?
Yeah, about, so we're looking at 30 seniors next year?
Yes.
And I would assume that they will be going to Walnutwood and Innovations and all those other ones distributed.
Yeah, also Folsom High School is all of our schools are working hard in terms of building credit recovery into their school day now, which is something we had not done before previously. And so as those programs also increase, That's another reason we just feel like, again, those numbers are going to just continue to dwindle. So, yeah.
I'm checking in on this. Board President, this is for closing after those seniors complete at Folsom Lake High School. It is at the conclusion of the 25-26 school year, not this summer where those students would be displaced.
Right. This would be our last graduating class from Folsom Lake High School this coming school year.
This one coming up.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. All right. And actually, that's what I was getting to. I'm good with that. Any other questions from the board?
Thank you so much for, explaining. It's fiscally, we are not doing good job by keeping that school and putting all this investment of the money while we are offering the same similar things in other schools and they're being absorbed. Thank you.
Pleasure.
All right. With that, I will.
One thing that wasn't mentioned, I apologize to interrupt you, Board President, but obviously with the concerns of the increased enrollment from our community, that closing the school also frees up facilities for Folsom High School to take advantage of in the future.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that. But yes, that does give us a few more options.
All right. Great. Thank you. We will take it out to the public if there's any public comments, any online. All right, bring it back to the board. Final or motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Laird,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item B, approve school facility needs analysis. Superintendent?
Yeah, we'll welcome Matt to the lectern to talk briefly about the school facilities needs assessment, which is regarding developer fees. Just a quick introduction from you, Mr. Washburn.
Good evening. This is the annual school facility needs analysis approval. It's a level 2 developer fee. As approved by SB 50 and Prop 1A, the district is allowed to assess level 2 fees provided that the analysis and the school facility needs analysis has been prepared. Basically, the calculation is based on the state allocation grant increase, site acquisition costs, site development costs, yield rates, square footages. Staff does a great job of preparing this school facility needs analysis to justify the need to increase it. This fee is actually assessed in two different parts of the district because of the unique characteristics of each side of the district. The Folsom side of the district has higher land costs, higher site acquisition costs. We have natural occurring asbestos, we have arsenic, we have all kinds of different things there. Typically, the costs are cheaper developed in the Ranch Cordova portion because of the flatter terrain, geographic, and the soil conditions are better. So based on the analysis, we also have to establish an eligibility state program, which we do. We're very active in the state program. We've established the eligibility. So based on the analysis that we've created, the yield rates, the cost of construction, the fee increase is going up in Folsom from $966 to $996, and in Rancho Cordova from $804 to $816. This school facility needs analysis approval then allows us to proceed on with adopting a resolution to increase the fee. We've done all notifications to the cities, building departments, everyone. We have the developers. We've sent notifications out to everybody, and we did not receive any comments back.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Not online. We will bring it back for additional comments and or a motion.
I think we're going to go to a hearing first and then come back for the motion.
This needs to be approved first.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. You got it.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
All right, moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you, sir. And with that, I will close our open meeting and open our public hearing. And that is item 12, authorization of alternative section 65995.5 school facilities fee and provisional approval of alternative section 65995.7 school facilities fee. Superintendent?
This is just a public hearing, so.
Yeah.
if there's-
Okay.
Yep.
So any question from the board? All right, hearing none, this is an opportunity for the public. Any? Not online? All right, then I will definitely close this out and reopen. And we will go down to discussion action item number 13, adopt resolution 04102536, establish alternative section 65995.5 fee and alternative section 65995.7 fee. Superintendent?
Mr. Washburn, take it away.
This is the actual resolution to adopt the fee. Now that you've approved this, SFNA conducted the public hearing. Now the board can adopt the resolution to approve the fees.
Okay, any questions from the board? Hearing none, taking it out to the public. Any online? No, bring it back to the board and entertain a motion on this.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse. Second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill? Aye. Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item B, adopt resolution 04102538, Safe Haven District. Superintendent?
Absolutely. Board, upon your request, the district has developed and drafted a resolution committing our district to be a safe, inclusive, and respectful learning environment for all students. It's called a Safe Haven District Resolution. Up to the board's discretion, I'm happy to read it. I know it's included, and if you'd like me to read it, I can, or we can.
I believe
motion
the
to vote.
board has already reviewed it, have they not? Okay, no, I think we're good. Any comments from the board? All right, hearing none, we'll take it out to the public. There are none online, and we'll bring it back to the board and then entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Board Member Lofthouse, second by Student Board Member Merrill. Superintendent?
Sir, Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill? Aye. Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, sir. Item 14, discussion item, Safety Advisory Committee on School Resource Officers and Contracts.
Welcome DT Martin and Dr. Dawn Ogden to the podium to talk about our SRO contracts.
All right, welcome, board members. Thank you all for having us. The current contract that we have with our school resource officers for both the Folsom Police Department and the Rancho Cordova Police Department, naturally expires at the end of this school year. And there is a proposal to extend that contract one additional year. The additional pricing for the Folsom side is about 6.9% increase. I know that the information you probably have in front of you doesn't have those numbers, but that contract was just ratified last night, so we just got those numbers this morning. And the contract extension for the Folsom side is 2.3% for the Rancho Cordova side, 6.9% for the Folsom side. And I know that the Rancho Cordova side is kind of at the end of their contract, so that's why it's not as much, which is obvious. And the contract for the Folsom side is only for a year, so they'll be back in negotiations this time next year.
So it's not a multi-year, it's just
It's
1
just-
year at that percentage?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? All right, we do have 2 comments. Earl Smith, we'll let you go first.
You can sit down. Need to give me a sharp suit. Good evening, board, Mr. Swanson. I gave a lot of thought about this from the last time we were up here speaking about SROs. Ironically, today I had to pay a fix-it ticket way down because I had a front headlight out. I was just right here, Folsom High, right? I was making a left turn on Prairie City, and right behind me, whoop, whoop. I mean, it was quick, and then whoop. I pulled right into the Intel. I had to roll the window down. I put my hands in the front because I've dealt with police brutality before. But the guy was, the officer, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I need my registration and my insurance. So I go in my glove box. My back is turned, the window's down. And I hear, let me see your hands. And I knew at that moment, if any sudden move, that meant he was gonna shoot me. I said, I'm just trying to get my registration. You want to see that, right? He says, yes. I said, what do you want me to do? I'm 46. I've been slammed on the floor by the police. I've had my John's grabbed by the police in Orange County. So I've dealt with a lot of police brutality. My cousin in Inglewood was shot by Inglewood PD through the front door and killed. He's also a single father like myself. This made me think about this a lot more because the investigating reporter contacted me about this subject matter. I just started thinking. When I received Faith at the time, when at her sophomore year, she didn't have her own phone number. So when the students text her, I see everything. And I saw a comment made about 3 students. One student in particular was saying they were uncomfortable having to report something to Cadenhead or their views. Felt scared because Principal Cadenhead brought an SRO next to him. And they referred to it as they were afraid to testify what really happened. And that was when Williams threw that drumstick at the student. So when I started thinking about this morning, I look at the budget. $250,000 and $289,000. How many security officers who are eligible to carry a gun make $60 an hour? Not a lot. I just think the district's money can be more useful by being selective and choosing a person that the district trains to handle children and maybe carry a gun. Maybe. Because I do know the Folsom PD would be at Folsom High within less than 5 seconds. And that was my approach to it if someone is shooting. But 5 seconds, if someone is shooting, a lot of people can get hurt. So I'm on the fence on that aspect of it. But that's a lot of money going down the drain, $500,000, which I think can be used in a different way that best benefits the interest of the children. I don't think a cop, especially when I have a Folsom PD, react to me like that. It's the first time. It's the only negative thing I'm going to say about the Folsom PD. And remember, I used to work for the Anaheim Police Department 3 years. So I'm a supporter of the police, but I do think you guys should reconsider this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. And Faith. For the record, she is a student and is allowed 4 minutes.
Hi. I wanted to speak about this because I personally don't feel comfortable around police officers in general because I am Black, and that is clear. So, knowing about all the police brutality that has happened, and especially it came forth during COVID and we saw all of that and more people found out about it. Whereas there's plenty of times where those types of situations don't even make the news. Schools are schools. Education, that's what their goal is, not to be a prison. Why would we add more police officers? Are we making our schools a prison? Are we treating students like they're prisoners? A police officer is trained to look for crime. If they feel threatened, they don't even reach for the mace, they reach for the gun. So when they see a student do something, they're being a kid, and they reach for the gun instead. What's going to happen to that student? You don't know what's going to happen to that student. You don't know what the police officer is going to do. They're trained to do that. They're not trained to handle students that are being educated in school regularly. And to go there thinking like that, they're gonna think, oh, we're looking for the criminals. So they're gonna look at students as criminals. They're gonna look for that bad behavior and find a reason to put them at fault, to make them disciplined for something that they're just being a kid. And I really don't think that's right. So adding more SROs, it's already bad that we have SROs because that makes people feel unsafe. And it doesn't just make students in general feel unsafe, it's gonna make people of color specifically feel unsafe. They're not gonna feel safe, they're not gonna learn as well. I know when I was a sophomore, I felt unsafe because of my situation. And look, all my grades went down. So you have students, their grades are gonna go down because they just don't feel safe. What if this police officer pulls out a gun on me? What am I gonna do? That's what they're gonna think about all day. They're not gonna think about their education. And it's gonna take away from the point of schools. The point of schools is to educate, not to look for criminals. I get there's school fights. You can have people break up the fight without pulling out a gun or having one. You don't need a gun. So that's what I wanted to bring up. Think about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Faith. Okay,
I just wanted to clarify, this is not adding an SRO, correct? This is the existing contract that we already have. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. And then also I wanted to just kind of follow up. I've actually been a hard presser on this topic for the last, since I've been here probably. And we're finally seeing improvement in terms of the reports that we're getting. And I think that for myself, there's a lot in the name of a school resource officer. And my goal for a school resource officer is for them to bring resources to the school and our students that a police officer cannot or does not, because we do have the Folsom Police Department. We do have the Cordova Police Department. And I do believe if we needed them and we called them, they would be at any school site in 5 seconds. In our reports that we receive, I have seen many, many, many more additions to those reports that show interactions, positive interactions with our students and positive interactions with our schools. And that has been my goal the entire time when kind of putting the microscope on our SROs. Room for improvement, yes. And I think that moving forward, I think there's more clear direction that the board wants to see for our SROs. And I think moving forward with the new contracts, that's kind of going to be what's pushed forward and what's expected of them in return. Mr. Swanson and I had a big conversation about this, and my goal is not to cause any more trauma to any one of our students ever. And I think that there are students, a large number of students, who have trauma with police officers. And that's where that resource piece comes in. And the hope and goal is to reduce that trauma so that when there is maybe a need for a police officer in a different environment or situation, there is not that direct connection with a police officer and maybe the negative impacts from the past. So while I do see still lots of room for improvement, I am hopeful because there has been pretty significant improvement in terms of what we've seen over the last year. So,
all right, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. President, I think probably, DT, if you don't mind, you can help us, the statements our speakers are making, that's number one. And number two, the training the SROs goes through, a cop SRO. So I'm sure there is a difference in that. For everyone's benefit, if you can educate us, that helps.
Yes, sir. When you start looking at the school resource officer versus a patrol officer, because that's usually what's on the street, during the daytime when our kids are in school, then what you're going to find is that SRO most likely has a relationship not just with the individual students, but with the teacher, with the staff, and with the campus as well. If we were needed assistance, ISROs, will know where to go, where the building C is on a, say, Cordova, campus. They will know, where to respond to if need be. But I think the biggest thing is that they have that relationship, and that's the biggest thing that we look for in ISROs. Training-wise, they do attend additional training, a school resource officer training throughout the state. I know I used to teach it in San Diego, for a couple of years. And it is definitely part of the what we do now is we actually participate in the selection of the officers that come on board as SROs. And I think that's important as well because not every police officer would make a good SRO.
Yeah.
And to, the gentleman's point, being, pulled over by the police, I understand what they mean, I have over 100 documented, stops by the police myself, personally. So I do understand that. And as an African-American, I do understand, the trauma that it causes. 4 boys and a daughter, this is something I had to, talk with my own kids about. I do see the violence that occurs on our campus sometimes, and it's unfortunate. It's not just with our students, but it's with our parents and those that don't belong on our campus. We will get a response from law enforcement, without a doubt, if we have to call. But the level of response we're going to get, you're going to get a patrol officer. His level of care is going to be for the community, but he has no relationship with our school. He has no relationship with our parents, with our students. So it is going to be a little different. And sometimes people think it's a little harsh, And from my personal experience, 35 plus years in law enforcement, oversaw the SRO program, for the city of Sacramento for a great deal. So I do understand, the concern. But I think that, like I say, having the training and what we've done in the last year and kind of, narrow the focus so that our SROs are trained in, our schools with our students, how to deal with students, psychologically, emotionally, and physically. We don't get SROs pulling guns on our students. I haven't had that since, that I've been here. There are times when the officers do have to deploy their weapons, but it's usually for something outside or someone that doesn't belong on our campus.
Thank you. I'm very sensitive to, our speaker's comments. I'm serious.
Very much so.
Right? It's important, everyone at the, schools, their final focus is, education. And I do agree, coming me from the Folsom, City Council, we discussed the same thing as well, whom we are deploying as SROs, what training they are going to go through. The mental stability, all those trainings, Chief Hillman will definitely talk about that one as well. I did request, Mr. Swanson to answer Kara's question, setting the expectations, what we want as a school districts from our SROs. Yes, it is in the contract, but sometimes contract language is contract language.
Yes.
We all know that one, right? Only the writers of the attorneys can understand. It's sometimes difficult. So setting that expectations, mutual handshake between the Folsom PD and Folsom Police Chief and Rancho Police Chief, and giving our needs and our expectations. It's very important. We might have done that before, Mr. DT. I'm not saying that. It's a good idea to revisit and resurface those things. That way, we as a board can clearly lay down, this is what we would like to see more on this side or on this side. So I just want to make that, statement here, as I have been working with my good friend. We both sit on the safety committee, by the way, Jan and I sit on and we both had discussions with our superintendent Swanson as well. So we are already, disseminating as a part of that, ease the concerns, but increase the safety and our needs and
we're constantly asking for more, because, safety is fluid.
Yeah.
Constantly, so we do look to see, what else we can do. And we do ask for more assistance from our partners. We in fact, they've participated in training with us probably for the last year, several trainings they've gone to and been invited to, so that we do know that they have that connection with our students. They do know how to respond to our students. And, and quite honestly, we have some really good SROs in place right now.
Right. Thank you again. And I know that the topic is not here. This is purely for SROs. We are also exploring non-uniform kind of officers like a CAPS, community, assisted public safety, and VIP from Rancho Cordova. We want to bring some, non-sworn-in officers to our school facility. It's very early on. That's where I think we will be discussing with the police chiefs the possibilities. So we are hearing from the public. That's all I can say. So thank you again.
Thank you.
PT, are there any limitations to what our SROs can do on on a school site? So, for example, if there is a student fight, is there a limitation that our SRO cannot intervene, or are there any limitations because of their contract or being a school site for them?
What I've asked all of our SROs and of our campus administrators is that we don't involve police in discipline matters. I don't want to have the police standing there while a principal is talking to some student that has something to do with discipline. If it's not criminal in nature, our SROs should not be involved in it. And that's been what I've preached. As far as the limitation, if there's a fight on campus, there's a disruption, then police, can intervene. We don't have a lot of individuals on campus who are trained to break up fights. So we do get some, like our campus monitors, they're not trained to go hands-on with a student. So that might be where if there's an SRO, on campus, might intervene. But they also know how to do it in a way that's not harmful to our students. And the idea is to separate. And what we find is that most time there's usually somebody in that fight that really wants to, be separated and is willing to walk away. So that's what we've seen, in a lot of our situations on campus. Right. But no, there's no real limitations, that they have. But again, they understand that, if it's discipline, they're not responding. That's not their role. And that's where the separation has come in the last 2 years since I've been here, because that's something I've pressed, because they don't belong in discipline situations, not even in the room.
All right. Thank you, DT. I do have a question looking at the content of this, and the members of the committee requested that the next meeting include a discussion about adding a third SRO in Rancho Cordova. I'm just trying to figure out what's the rationale of doing that and the cost, because that will actually raise the cost for having an extra officer, which I don't, honestly, we're good with what we have. Years ago, by my own admission, I was not in support of SROs, especially on campus. And because kids I talked to felt unsafe. And I hear stories from Mr. Smith, and you have your stories. Myself, as an African-American, I had a story too, where my wife and I were going to a gala and got pulled over. And one of the questions he asked me was I on probation? And have I ever been arrested before? And it's like, no. Well, I'm going to check just in case. I told you no. So I was dressed up in a tux. So go figure. Is there any language in that contract that's going to change? Or is it going to be the same? Or are we going to add a few words or what?
The language in the contract we redid last year. We went through it extensively with the Safety Advisory Committee, with the executive board here. So that's not changing this year.
Okay, so it'll be the same language, and the only thing is the cost that Folsom PD is putting on us of that extra, what was it, 6% or?
Well, it's 6.9%, but Rancho's also putting a fee as well. There's an increases with Rancho.
Yeah, but it's not as bad as Folsom.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm hoping that Folsom will, step up the game a little bit as far as patrolling the areas and being there readily available. And as Ms. Lofthouse said, what's in the name? Providing resources to our students. Superintendent, I did have a question for you, and it's all fine and dandy that we have the safety committee and the police chiefs, I assume, are meeting with you guys, the safety committee, right?
At the safety committee or outside of the safety?
At the safety committee.
I wasn't at the last safety committee. I know that SROs are invited. I don't know if the chiefs are.
The SROs are coming, and as well as their supervisors have been at the
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, we had a meeting today, our quarterly meeting in-house. So, and we had all the SROs and the supervisors as well.
Okay, Superintendent, if I can make one request that maybe you talk to, have individual meetings with Chief Tamayo and Chief Hillman. Just you and them two, if that's possible.
Yeah, well, we've been talking, that sounds great. We've been talking, actually, YK and I have been in conversation. I think I mentioned to Trustee Lofthouse yesterday, as we're closing out the year, it would be nice to do a year's reflection and start to get really clear on our expectations and goals for next year if we end up choosing to move forward with the contract. As I agree with Trustee Lofthouse on improvement, which is great. And as we talk about that all the time around continuous improvement,
Right.
YK, what do we say? 1%?
1%
Better?
better every time.
That's right. And so I think that would be part of the deal here is that we would want to bring the team in and talk about our goals for next year.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I think with that, one thing that I've struggled with in the past is that when we have brought requests, we've been sort of, the response has been, well, the contract is actually with the police department. So I don't know if that's a trust and relationship thing where we can kind of say like, these are the expectations for us to continue paying you $500,000 a year. And so I think that it needs to be a better relationship, I think, and not surface level relationship, because when there have been requests in the past, that has been the response as well. The contract's actually with the police department. So requiring them to come to district trainings or district meetings, it's not a requirement because it's not in their contract. And so I think that because we are partly paying that contract, I think that there needs to be a space where there are expectations of the district that are part of that contract, and it is expected that they fulfill certain things that this district sees necessary. So.
GT, can we make that amendment? I'm not sure. It's only my 4 months here, so I can't speak for past. When a team of SROs not cooperating it's a mutual thing. If the language is not there, I agree with you. I came from a state, there is always at the bottom a 10%. Everything, the supervisors tells you to do, right? So we got to have that bucket of information that flexible. So when we ask for something, I think
some of our language currently allows us to make those requests. We may, there is probably room to narrow it down, to be more focused. If we do that, then we're rewriting the entire contract, in a sense. So, so we'll have to bring that whole contract back to the board because we now have a new, contract and we're adding new items to the contract. Our last year's contract, when we rewrote everything, it indicated in there that, we would come back we would agree to come back for the extensions after 1 year based on salary, because we do know that those change. But if it requires us to go back and add additional language to the contract, then we're certainly capable of rewriting the contract, and adding some things if we need to.
Okay. Yeah, I can only make one statement. Again, I'm speaking as a safety committee team member when this was brought before to my attention. We are in the process of improving our relationship. Whatever the word we can say it, we are going with a mutual understanding with the Folsom PD, and they do have a new supervisor for SROs. Who is very involved in the community as well. That doesn't mean that the previous supervisor is not. So, and Chief Hillman, he's taking our request more seriously. So I think that's where we are building that stronger relationship. How about that? Adding one extra line or one extra word to the contract is just a word or contract, but this relationship takes us a long way. So that's the only statement I can make it there.
I think the statement of there's room for recommendations, that means there's also room for improvement in terms of how that contract is written. So I think that there being room is also room for them to say no, because it's sort of like, it's not it's not written in their contract. So we hold teachers to contracts, and that's kind of what define our roles in our district is the contracts, and the language is very important in the contract. And so if there's room for suggestion, that's not really us having the opportunity to say, no, this is what's expected of you in this district. And we rewrite contracts every year too when there's an increase in pay. And so I think that is also an important thing to look at. I understand that was what was talked about before, but if we're increasing 6% or close to 7%, what's that going to look like? And is there just room for us to give you suggestions? Or are you going to, is it status quo, or are we going to continue to improve what we're doing? So I have concern of just rolling over a contract without us really being able to look at it, and especially a new superintendent, new kind of that. So I do have a hard time just rolling it over and just the salary being the only thing that's different on there. New board members, so I think that I struggle with saying like, yes, bring it back as is with just the salary change.
May I ask, what's the timeline of getting this approved?
We would have to have it approved by the July 1st.
Okay, by July 1st. Yeah. All right, so we have a little time on
And that's
that.
also giving the cities, the time to review it, because it's reviewed by the city of Rancho, city of Folsom, and each police department as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to make a comment about dressing down our SROs. That has been a discussion for, I think, the last 5 years of making them more casual and not having the police gear on. And I could tell you right now that Folsom wasn't having it. Cordova, I think, was, talked about it, maybe being a little cash, but I don't think Folsom will change their mind on that. So not unless Chief Hillman has changed his mind, but I just don't think they'll give up the uniform and try to go casual. So that's just my thought on that. With that being said, any other comments from the board? This is a discussion item.
I would love to, if you don't mind, Board President,
Sure.
I know Dr. Ogden has a comment to make around the contract.
Yeah, I think it's important to realize that this is a discussion item today, right?
Yeah.
We're not,
Yeah.
we're
we're
not
not.
bringing something forward saying this is exactly what it's going to look like. This is the opportunity for each board member to weigh in and say, here's some specific language we would like you to explore. So to say, we want added language, you need to tell us what language you want us to go talk to them about. And you need to be specific. That's what this item's for.
Sure.
It's your opportunity today to read the contract, look at what's perhaps lacking or needs adjustment, making suggestions, and then DT and I, we work with the SRO team, and we talk to them and negotiate, and then we will bring it back here again. We may bring it back as a discussion or as an action based on the next meeting we would have to adjust any language that you wanted to perhaps, enter into it. I can tell you, though, President Clark, that we have discussed over the years the dressing down issue, and that is a hard line for them because of the responsibilities they have if there was an emergency call.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dan, thank you for sharing that details. Since Chris and Cara, I don't think so, you have seen the contract language and the duties and responsibilities. If anything we want to update, maybe we can bring it back to the next meeting, and at least we can give them more constructive feedback to DT, and we can discuss and approve in the following. That's a recommendation I'm making.
The recommendation I've heard from Trustee Lofthouse is an expectation in the contract of participating in district-wide training. Yeah. Is there anything around the frequency of that or anything that
police officers aren't trained to work with students. And so I think there is a huge difference between, and that goes very deep, right? Like our teachers are trained for years, and they continue this lifelong process of learning the best way to work with students. So yes, maybe they go to a SRO training. to me, that's not enough. I want to know, like, how are you trained in trauma-informed teaching? Because you are, as an SRO on a campus with students, you are teaching students to be better. And so that, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to say like, hey, put this on in words right now, because the amount of trainings our teachers go through every year and are expected to change and grow and learn to be better with our students as we know better, it would be the same expectation. At bare minimum, they should be at every safety committee meeting. And that's like bare minimum. I think that they should be participating in our like district-wide trainings and those sort of things where they are an active member of Team FCUSD, and they are learning what we are working towards as a district, and they're helping the district move in that direction. And so yes, they're a member of their local police department, but they're also a member of Team FCUSD, and they have to work towards being part of that team. And that looks like having a presence, but also a deep knowledge of what we're doing in this district and what our goals are and how are they going to help push those goals forward. And so anything that's related to district-wide connectedness, like that is one of our 4 goals, and that's going to be number 1 where they fall into place of, I mean, they're probably not gonna teach readers by 3rd grade. They might be giving books out. That's going to be supporting that. But anything that we're doing in our district where they can help be a resource and be a member of this team. And so putting that in direct language immediately is kind of like not the easiest task to say to do in this discussion right now. Like,
well, I think at the very minimum, you know, because there was a training that actually our SROs did want to go to, and we got it all kind of like squared up and everything like that, because Mr. Douglas and Mr. Martin were going to go, and it was, working with families and things like that. And the SROs were actually really pushing to go, got the financial component all figured out and everything like that. And then it came down, I believe, from their supervisors that it was going to be a no. So I think having at least those things added into the contract, that when there is training that is specific that you guys are going to, that they should also be going to those same conferences and trainings and things like that. So if we could add that component, because I think if we would have had that in there, those SROs would have been there. And the unfortunate part about it was the SROs that were really driving the conversation to go, that their desire was to be able to be there and to get that education. So it's unfortunate that we have supervisors that then say no, when we could have had that extra educational component for them. So I think if we could put that in the contract, I think at the very minimum of like having it that when we have Mr. Martin and Mr. Douglas going to those specific kinds of conferences, that maybe that we could add that into their contract as well, that the request would be that they would be going to those as well. Because I think that's where we're getting that educational component that we really are desiring as a board and as a district. And I think really for them, they want to have it too, because they feel that they will be better at their jobs and be able to be better resources if they have that additional training.
Yes, and I know the SROs, did want to attend, and I know they were, shot down because of the staffing needs, because if they do go to that training, that means the department has to supply us with additional bodies.
Yeah.
And they're saying, and that became a staffing problem issue for them, and that's kind of, I think the only reason that was, denied.
Yeah, so if we could maybe work that out in the contract and kind of like maybe if they have a heads up that this is going to be kind of what the expectation is, then maybe we can figure out the staffing needs ahead of time. I think that'd be good. I mean, I would definitely say that the SROs, as far as their attendance in the safety committee meetings, has definitely improved. I mean, I think we had 5 officers at the last one, which was a significant improvement. So we're definitely seeing the rise on that. But I think also having that in the contract would be probably a good thing as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, because there's things that we want to have them do in there, and it's not in the contract. It's hard for us to enforce that.
And I understand that we have students that are now attending, correct?
Yes.
Our
Yes.
safety committee. A question, we have campus monitors, right?
Right.
Are they part of that safety committee?
They're invited as well. I think we have 3 that show up consistently.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes.
And from each school, or?
We have one from Cordova High School. We have one from Vista that was, not as much, but does come and go. And then we have one from Mills.
Okay. Oh, from Mills.
Sorry, Mitchell. Mitchell Middle School.
Okay, all right. Awesome.
So I would recommend if you guys, if it's the will of the board, I think there's consensus on adding the language. The team will take it and work on that language. And then of course we come back and see if we're close. And if we're close enough, if small amendments are easy to do even in a discussion action item.
Sure.
Does that work for this team? Yep. Okay, and consensus, if we're clear on that. Okay, yep. Cool.
All right.
Thank you, DT.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Don.
All right, let's go to item 14B, School Facilities Improvement Districts, SFID 3, Elementary School Design.
Welcome Sean and potentially Matt and Terry to talk about a couple proposals regarding some elementary school design concepts.
Yes, so I'm just going to give kind of a quick recap of how we've gotten to where we are. And then I think we're going to actually have Terry take it off with some of the design work that we're talking about. And so if you will all recall, it feels like a while ago now, but we had a subcommittee, an SFID 3 committee that was created for the intended purpose of answering several questions about how we wanted to move forward in SFID 3 and Measure M. And so I just want to make sure we're all remembering on the same page of what their recommendations were. The board accepted those recommendations. And so we use that as the structure to move forward on the elementary school design. And so the big pieces there were we were trying to reduce costs. And so we looked at kind of 3 different models in that. We looked at what is the economy model, which was pretty much all portables or modular, value and engineered, which is kind of a combination, a little bit of both. And then kind of our existing model design was kind of at the high end of that. The committee recommended a value engineered model, which would be kind of a pared down model that we currently had for our first 2 schools with trying to find some areas that we could create savings. We had a pool of architects and we asked that they try to do design work that would reduce the cost about 20%. We have to realize though that 20% is based off of current dollars, and then of course with the escalation and all of the cost drivers that are happening, we're probably hoping that the cost will probably be about the same as what the previous cost was, just because costs are growing so quickly on us. And so at this point, we have 2 designs that we're going to kind of share today. We're going to share a little bit more information, but what the intent of is that we want to be able to move forward here pretty quickly so that we can aim for the 2028 opening. So just some highlights. This was the economy design. With the economy design, one of the things we were trying to do is maximize savings really more than anything. So this was larger schools, over 1,000 students. We were trying to reduce costs. And so that was what we brought forward with that committee. The committee said they did not like this model. They wanted to cap schools, elementaries around 800 students. They felt like anything larger than that would not be in the model of what we do as a district. They asked that we could use modular components, but they definitely did not feel comfortable with a completely modular school. I think one of the things that we all agree on the modular models is the fact that the ongoing maintenance costs are much greater than a traditional stick-built kind of design of a school because the materials just don't hold up to the same level that a full build school would be. So this is the value engineered model. This is the model or design style that the committee recommended. The board also felt like this was the appropriate one. We want to current student capacities, which is around 800 students, target about a 20% reduction in cost of the design. Really, as we've talked about before, the only way that you can really reduce on the budget is to reduce square footage. That is what it comes down to. That is the single biggest cost driver when we're doing these school designs. So this was the preferred methodology, and this is what we're going to be looking at as some options. There is the ability potentially to have some modular components to help save on cost. But even the modular materials are not quite as cheap as once were. We're seeing costs that are rising on all of the work. And so just kind of bringing it all together, you can kind of look at the 3 options. There was the original design. This was the original numbers based off 2024 that we used with the committee. So some of these numbers are going to be changing now. But what you see there is the original design where we have, and when we say capacity, that's the optimal capacity. We can get up to 800 students. And in fact, we have already increased capacity from our original designs when at Alder Creek, we had to add an additional, how many classrooms did we add for Alder Creek? Oh, this is Alder with 716? Okay. And so, but we are looking up to update 100 with some special ed classrooms and some other things that we're dealing with. You'll see that on the cost per square foot and per student, it's significantly lower on the economy, but that's because also you see that there's 1,000 students that we're talking about there. And as we shared, the committee did not feel that that was a number that they wanted to get up to with regards to it. So there's kind of, economy makes it look like it's much cheaper, but it's because it's a combination of two different factors there. And so that's kind of just looking at where we are. It's kind of, the value in engineer is kind of that middle, right? Kind of right in the middle. And so that was kind of where the committee went with the design. So
Sean, quickly one more time on the previous one. Is this the escalation cost for 2028?
No, those are current dollars. Those are actually not even current dollars. Those are 2024 construction costs. So that there is escalation on these numbers even as well.
These numbers even.
So, and then I think at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Terry. She's just going to walk you through the two school designs that we're kind of looking at.
Good evening. Yeah, so those 3 slides were actually about this time last year that we were having the same conversation. And so we basically had 2 rounds with the architectural pool, going through their designs, evaluating it for meeting the educational program, whether they hit the 20% target, and all of the features that were warranted. And so as Sean noted, we selected 2 to talk about. The first one is basically taking the Alder Creek model, but adapting it further to a more, and is it the button? This button. Yeah.
Terry, can I ask one quick question? Sure. You know, most of the stuff is in architect's hand because that's how they design, right? Then the construction goes as well. Were they part of the previous 2 schools' designs?
Yes, so this is the team that did the first 2 schools, and so as I go through this, part of the motivation is being in line with what has already been done and having similar intent as you go through, because part of the conversation has been that there is a reuse school that is being developed for the development south of 50, and so there is some benefit to taking that model and continuing it to refine it. So that's one of the strengths that we're bringing forward with that one.
Okay, and I know Matt mentioned before, we have 5 different types of architects. I think that's what Sean was mentioning, like a pool of architects.
5 different firms, yes.
Vendors or firms, right? And but this is not being reviewed by all 5 or?
No, so we had all 5 firms submit.
Submit, okay.
And we've narrowed to 2 to present to you tonight.
Got it, thank you.
And the review team was a compilation of facility staff and ed services staff to get feedback from both perspectives.
And I'll just note that the 5 plans were reviewed through the facilities committee. So that we had board members take a look at that. They're part of the committee. We had the review, and that's how we got it down to the 2. We just wanted to streamline the process for the whole board. So
thank you.
So again, this is kind of the refined model from Alder Creek. And as Sean mentioned, the biggest change in order to accomplish a cost reduction is reducing the square footage. And so the spaces were evaluated and trimmed. The biggest piece that is absent of this proposal is the commons. The grand staircase and that volume within that entryway was a large piece of the square footage that is being pulled out of it. There was a conversation at one point, and I'll have another slide to talk about it, of not having the collaboration, but in conversation with ed staff, you've had the collaboration space in your classroom models since the mid-2000s. It's morphed in what it looks like, but you've had it for a long time, and they really value that space. And so that piece has stayed within both of the options we're sharing tonight, but it's less. It's trimmed, it's more refined. Another piece of this, right now we're showing permanent construction for the kinder piece, which is the leg to the right in the light blue, but it could also be modular, which could potentially lower costs as well. We did look at, whether a two-story modular piece could be used for the two-story wings. We did an evaluation. The weakness of a two-story modular is there is no ability to do collaboration. So if you were doing a two-story modular, you would only have classrooms and an exterior, or possibly, an exterior hall. And so we just did a high-level analysis here to kind of give you an idea of what the cost savings would be. And it looks like there's a lot of savings initially because you aren't getting the collaboration. So the permanent construction on the left has 6,700 square feet of collaboration that the modular doesn't on the right. So then your cost difference, 21 million to 16 million, it looks like it's a lot of savings. But if you were to put the collaboration back on, you're really starting to see that the modulars aren't as economical as they used to be. And so for this, proposal, we're suggesting that permanent construction with the collaboration is probably more supportive of the educational model right now for the district. The second option is an adaptation of Miwok and Paso Verde. Miwok is a school from Elk Grove, and Paso Verde is a school from Natomas Unified. And so it is a campus style. It's more reminiscent of your older schools. It's a pack of classrooms with a collaboration space in the middle. And then they would be having a combined admin, kinder, special ed wing with a little bit of a hallway in between. And so this is just the other model that we were looking at to show you the diversity of option. And so you wanted to talk about this? You want me to talk about this?
You go ahead.
Okay, so this is the comparison. Alder Creek, as designed, is on the left. The adaptation that we just shared is in the middle, and Miwok is on the right. And as you can see, they're pretty close to hitting the 20% target. It's a reduction of about 14 to 17,000 square feet from the Alder Creek model, and that's where you're getting the savings from. Just a little side note down at the bottom, those numbers are going to change going forward because of the discussion with special ed and the fact that the inclusion model is changing a little bit. And so we're probably going to be adding an additional 1 to 2 special ed classrooms that wasn't in this analysis. So there could be another $1.4 million added to all of these costs, but this is just to normalize it and looking apples to apples on the comparison. And so you're saving, from $66 million, you're dropping to $54 million roughly for the Alder Creek adaptation and, 52.5 for the Miwok. And so one of the conversations is that having that similarity of that single building concept and being able to kind of keep with that same, program that we've had in the past, that delta between the two may not be enough to justify going back to a campus plan. But that's kind of where we're at, and I will turn it back over to Sean.
Thanks, Terry. So I think where we are as a district is that we're in a place where we feel that, and from the facilities committee that we met with, that using the Alder Creek adaptation, continuing the progression of that campus style, is I think for the team probably our recommendation to move forward with it. As you can kind of see from the design style, it has a very similar feel to the existing Alder Creek Mangini schools. It's just the next iteration of it. It's keeping in mind with the cost reductions and the other pieces that we needed to do, but it also still has some of the safety features, the common areas, the enclosed pieces that we were putting in place with this new school design, right? Going to a campus model, which is a perfectly fine model, but it is more of the traditional model we've had in the past. And the cost savings that we're talking about there doesn't feel like it's sufficient enough that it would be beneficial to go backwards in our design as a a process for us for the next elementary. So I think that, talking about it, it is more. It's about $1.5 million more. I will say that all the numbers here are present value dollar numbers, right? So if all things being even, we would be definitely savings, but because of the fact that, escalation is going to be happening, some of the savings, the cost reductions that we see there is going to get eaten up just by time, right? And the unknown costs of all of the build out by 2027-ish when we start building, right? So that's to keep in mind. So I guess before I continue on, what we're wanting to do is just kind of have the conversation with the board, answer any questions, get kind of head nods that the Alder Creek model is the preferred model. Again, the facilities committee, which had Mr. Reed on it and Ms. Larrett, they felt like that was the model. So, but we wanted to bring it to the rest of the group, make sure there's consensus there, and then we can talk about kind of next steps from there. So. Questions on the plans, design? I've got Matt, Terry, Jerry still here. Oh, Joanne's here too. So we've got the whole team.
All right, awesome.
So if there are questions, please.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
more.
okay.
Yeah, if we can go back to the dollars, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is today or last year.
This is current year.
Oh, this is today.
But
The
there
previous
is an
one.
additional cost associated with the additional square footage for special ed classrooms that we didn't include it in there because the Alder Creek didn't have it, and it skews the comparison. So just something to keep in mind. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So, knowing how the escalations are going everywhere, tariffs, and we are hearing so many other things, iron and all those, this may easily cover that savings into neutral in 2 to 3
Yeah,
years.
I mean, there definitely we could see escalations that will eat up that 18% savings for sure.
Right.
There are a lot of unknown factors with the current economy, with the tariffs, the wildfires in Southern California, just building materials. Yeah.
Right.
We would not be able to give you. Again, it's so chaotic at this moment in time that I don't think that anybody can give you anything. We've heard, numbers as conservative as 4 to 6% annual escalation, but also I think when you guys were at Cash, they heard double-digit increases for year-over-year escalation. So it could get eaten up in a year and a half, maybe not even the whole time. So it is scary. Obviously, if we can accelerate the timelines, that's great. But the truth is when we get later on, we're going to talk about the fact that we have to be able to fund the full cost of these schools. And we are in a place where, as the board is aware, we cannot continue to access Measure M at this time because of the tax rate impacts. And so we will be needing to go out for a district-wide bond of some measure to be able to fund these projects. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Just for everyone's benefit, usually when we build this kind of facilities, one third concept, which is the state is going to give us 1/3 and the builders community is going to chip in 1/3. I know just an hour ago we increased the price.
Yeah.
So can you share that in this example, how that looks like, Sean?
Sure.
That way public can see what they are bringing.
Sure, and I probably deferred a little bit to Jerry. I might look over at her because I don't know the exact numbers. But what the original model was that the idea there is on new construction, 1/3 would come from what we call developer fees, which was what we did earlier today, which is the collection for the new homes. As a new home is built, there's a cost per square footage that the developer normally pays for, and then that is paid to us as a school district for the impact. Impact fees is another term for that. Then the other third was state funding for new construction. They had a model that would fund for that. And then the other third would be some kind of local financing. In our case, it would be bond financing, right? Passage of a bond. Over time, what we have seen is the state component of the funding has become less and less. It's not a full third. Yeah. We try to maximize the developer fee collection as well, but even at that point, those are not keeping pace with the escalation of cost. Right? So the state reimbursement percentage is lower. The developer fee collection, even when we maximize the collection rate, it's not escalating at this, because that there is only so much that we can collect from the developers, right? And so that's not keeping pace, so that it's not a third. It's becoming to the point now where the larger and larger portion of it has to come from local financing, which would be bond proceeds. So it's not an even third any longer. And I don't know the numbers on the top of my head. I would ask Jerry to probably, oh, look, this guy came up.
I think it's probably closer to like 20%. And there's a lot more requirements that the state requires now that's unfunded. There's additional things we have to do, code changes, there's electrification. There's a lot more things that go into the funding formula. Plus the fact that we have to front fund all that money because we don't get reimbursement from the state until the project is complete. That's if a state bond passes and there's adequate funding for it. So Alder Creek, for example, we haven't even received funding for Alder Creek, and we have already opened that school. So cash flow is another issue that we have to look at as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's all.
We're a team.
All right, thank you so much. Any other board comments?
No, first of all, I appreciate the reduction in costs. That's amazing. But yeah, I mean, in our conversation in the facilities, it seemed like the dollar amount between the campus style and the Alder Creek modified was, I don't want to say like $1 million is a negligible amount, but the safety features that you pick up by having a, closed campus with the fencing, single point of entry, it just seemed like it was just the better way to go, the more economical way, and from a school culture standpoint, the better way to go, and it was like, I think that we all, when we were having these conversations a year ago, all really had this like thought in our mind that going to the campus style was going to be such a significant difference in cost. And then when you see the models side by side, you're like, it's not really enough to kind of make that leap and that change over to it. But I think that, paring down some of the things that we can and being just conscious of those things, I super appreciated the reductions. I mean, yeah, they might get eaten up, but still, it's better. If we had the existing Alder Creek model, we would be 20% higher than that amount, right? So we would be 40% higher, right? So, that's where I was at. I'm like happy with this reduction that we've gotten, and still being able to kind of keep the integrity and the flavor of what we've already been kind of doing for consistency, because I do think that, in past decades, we had a lot of consistency between schools, so I think that we kind of managed that consistency as well. So
Can I point out a couple things too? In addition, and we didn't go through some of the advantages, disadvantages in detail, and you just pointed out some of them. There are some advantages of having also the single story. On-site circulation is huge. With student traffic and parking and things like that, having that more utilization of the site is a big advantage, as you mentioned, single point of entry and having more safety and security. Also, in discussion with the architect and contractor, there's additional work they think that can be done to continue to value engineer that as well. So looking at that will not stop there. There will also be additional efforts provided to try to get those costs down.
Yeah. I think the only comment that we had in the committee meeting too was that if there's a way that we could figure out how to connect the kinder to the building, so that that's all included, that would be preferable than to have kinder in a wing by itself. Not
as you see the light blue on the far right, it isn't connected to the building. It's not all enclosed. So that is something we'll be looking at. But you can definitely feel the footprint is similar. It'll have a similar layout style. So it does feel like it's a continuation of our past schools in that area. So
Just confirming that the kinder and special ed will have restrooms
they will.
in there.
That's what those little gray spots are.
That's what I was
inside
looking, but it said other support services so, on the key. So just confirming. Thank you.
You got it. All right. Okay. So just wrapping up a couple of pieces here. We have a lot of schools left to go, right? And so the design work that we're doing here, the decision that the board is making is not taken lightly in any way. But as we talked about, it's just a continuation of the growth of the design that we're doing for south of SFID 3, I should say. Next steps, Matt spoke to it. We are going to continue value engineering. We have an outside value engineer. We have a contractor who's working with us as well. We have Terry. We have a whole team. So we are working on ways to reduce cost. And we go back and forth with each other, right? We push each other and that's what a good team does. We're trying to maximize cost savings, and that, when I walk in the room, that's what I'm doing. Other team members are advocating for the other pieces. When we bring these in front of the the teachers and other folks, when we get further along in this process, we will, make sure that all of their voices are a part of that process as well. And so that's where we're moving up. And then again, very last one, the idea here is in 2026 to fund this project, we will be needing to go out for funding. And so those conversations about district-wide bond are just beginning. Very excited to hear from Jeanette and the FCEA group that they have interest in maybe collaborating on this district-wide bond along with the Proposition 55 work. I think that's a win for kids and a win for our district. So looking forward to those conversations as well. So questions at this point?
Any other questions from the board?
I think just what if a bond does not pass? Then what?
Yep. So we don't actively have the plans out in front of everybody, but really what we would be looking at is expanding capacity in our existing sites. So that means developer fee dollars that would go towards the new construction would have to be purchasing portables. We would have capacity. We have plans. I mean, it's not like we don't know what we would do if that's the case, but that's not where the direction is that we want to go forward when we have conversations. We want to talk about the future with building out these schools, right? Because this is the best use of the money for students and outcomes for everybody, including taxpayers. So.
Right. Well, thank you so much.
Just a really quick comment too on the district-wide bond. Not only would it be funding new schools, but also renovating existing schools that we have. So everyone's going to get a little piece of the pie.
Correct. Yes, for sure. Everybody would get something off the program. And there's an impact of capacity issues at some of our existing schools that they would then have relief from that. Some of the schools that maybe aren't having that impact would still see dollars that, especially with the passage of R&S, those extra dollars would then allow us to maybe accelerate some of the timelines for the projects that have been identified there. So yeah, there's definitely wins for everybody involved in that.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And thank you, Sean and Matt. And
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Moving on. I believe that we are nearing the end here. Superintendent's report.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I have a few items to report, mostly celebratory. I wanted to thank the district teams throughout the night that presented. We saw a lot of our room was full earlier. A lot of our teammates have gone home for the night to prepare for a busy Friday, but I just wanted to say thanks. As I watch the different content we cover in a board meeting, I'm always impressed and amazed at our team, how well prepared they are, not only to do the presentation, but to field really fantastic questions from you all. So I just wanted to acknowledge them. I also wanted to sincerely acknowledge the community that came out tonight to speak and advocate for their students. As a parent myself, I definitely understand what it means to be a parent and advocate for high expectations for our our own kids' hopes and dreams. So I really appreciate them coming out in force tonight speaking. And we heard from a couple students tonight. I would love to hear always from students because they were brilliant, and them advocating for themselves and their futures was also really, really profound and impactful. So I just wanted to thank them, thank our student athletes. I think it was mentioned earlier tonight how much goes into that. We have a student athlete on the dais right now who came from his senior night, right? How much it is to balance your academic life, your sports or athletic life, your family life, and all of that. So kudos to all of those folks receiving special recognition. And then we have a couple celebrations, as you know, as the school year, believe it or not, winds down, if I can say that. We have a couple of awards that I wanted to acknowledge. So the Association for California School Administrators, fondly referred to as ACSA, we're members of Region 3. And this year, we have a couple more Administrators of the Year, and we are very proud to honor and celebrate Amy Strawn, who is the principal at Cordova High, as the Administrator of the Year for Secondary, and also acknowledge our own Hunt Lynn, who is the Administrator of the Year for Special Education. Very special honors, and they will take part in lots of awards as we move forward. I also wanted to acknowledge the awards that our communications team received at the California School Public Relations Association, called CalSPRA. They received 2 awards of merit and 1 award of excellence. An award of merit for building pride in Cordova High School through storytelling, and then an award of merit for Join the Conversation, the piece that they worked on regarding engaging Rancho Cordova measures R&S, and the award of excellent for my first 100 days video. So kudos, thank you, comms team. And last and certainly not least, he left earlier, but Scott Meyer and his team, which includes Maggie, Bree, Monica, and Michael, just today we learned that out of the 1,100 school districts in the state, only 19 were honored as model SARB. SARB stands for School Attendance Review Board, and FCUSD received that award based on their hard work. And then also I know our attendance techs and our school leaders and our teachers work really hard. But this award goes out for our early intervention programs here in the district, our professional development and additional staff to support students attending, as well as the family engagement and school connectedness. So kudos to that team for that special recognition and honor. Really great work. I will say, as you remember for that specific one, when Scott came up and did the 3.5-hour presentation for us, 45-minute presentation for us that one night, our chronic absenteeism rate was less than half than the closest district to us in the county. So more than twice as good. So that work's paid off with this special acknowledgement. So that is my superintendent report for this evening.
Right, thank you. We will now move into board member reports, starting with our student board members. Student board member George.
So I want to thank Ms. Heine for still being here and being here to show support. And I wanted to comment on what the parents and the students were saying. I think something that they kind of, the people who did the presentation, they were emphasizing is making sure that kids get to Calc AB or Calc BC. And being in Calc AB right now, I think it would genuinely be, it would be really hard to increase that rate with the new plan that they suggested. And I know that the Folsom teachers weren't consulted because the first time they brought it up, none of my teachers knew about it, which was, I think, 2 board meetings ago. But I don't know if that's changed recently. And Ms. Heine said no, because my calc teacher wasn't involved, and he pretty much made the entire curriculum for IM1, IM2, IM3, and pre-calc and calc, because he's been teaching there, I think is one of the longest teachers, and probably the oldest teacher in the United States. He's 85 or 86 now, probably. His birthday was on Pi Day, so that's funny. But I think they were really emphasizing that pre-calc can be skipped, when in reality that should be the one class that, if calc is their goal to reach Calc AB and Calc BC, I know it's definitely pre-calc that you need to do AB and BC. I think IM3 is what most people skip a lot. I think that's I know a lot of my friends have done it. I didn't skip it, but I just think that the middle school kids should have the opportunity to push themselves and do more. And I also understand the social emotional part of it, because obviously if you're feeding those kids stress at such a young age, then they're going to continue those same levels or patterns of stress, even though they don't realize it in middle school maybe. And I get that because I'm stressed because of math right now. And I had a math test today, but I think the way that we've done it and the way that the Folsom Cordova has approached it and has made it so far, I think that I've learned to be more resilient rather than have the stress overtake me. And I hope that it's the same for all those kids. I know that's not always the case, but that's what I've seen. I think there comes more resilience from putting little bits of stress than not putting any stress at all. And that's my ideology, and I understand what the other side is also like, but I just wanted to comment on that. And yeah, and the other thing that I had to say is we were talking about how I think AOC and Bernie Sanders are going to be here on Tuesday at Folsom Lake, the coming Tuesday or the Tuesday after that. So next Tuesday, so spring break Tuesday. So I'm excited for that, and yeah, that's all I have.
All right, student board member Merrill.
Well, piggybacking off that, speaking of stress, I was going to congratulate all the the IB-DP seniors on completing all of their internal assessments. If you guys aren't familiar with IB to internal assessments, it's like a big project assigned at the beginning of your junior year, and you have to complete it like by the end of senior year, and all of them were due. I finished mine for, I think, April 2nd was my global politics internal assessment. Was finally over, and such a relief kind of finally getting all of those done. But I mean, just around the corner is the external assessments that we have to take at the end of the year, kind of replacing the AP tests. So I want to wish everyone luck, and I hope all the IB and AP included, I hope all of you students take this upcoming break to heart. Like, after this break, it's just hitting the ground running for the next month. And then, I mean, some of you are graduating, some of you aren't. I'm graduating, and I'm really taking this break to heart because me and others have been working really hard on, academics, working hard in sports like we just saw. And yeah, you guys need to take advantage of this break, everyone out there. And then I also wanted to kind of point out we had a superior judge today at Cordova High. Her name was Judge Allison Lewis. And she came straight from Sacramento to present to Cordova High students with the help of Dr. Jackson. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. To present to students about civic engagement and like what her job is. And I just want to highlight this because this is an amazing thing. I've never had the opportunity to speak to a judge like that, and them just walking right onto your campus it's a great thing. And civic engagement, especially in the coming times, this is the most important thing to be educated on is politics, is law, is things dealing with your rights. And I think this is an amazing step in the right direction for Cordova, and FCUSD as a whole is being more civically engaged. And with things like this, these are great opportunities that our administrators are providing. And I just wanted to thank Dr. Jackson because I know she was running that whole thing. So thank you. That's the end of my board report.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Sharlam Cherla.
Okay. I know David Reed is not here, my colleague. I want to thank him for expressing his opinion about the previous topic on the honors math and even bringing the honors English. I just want to make this statement. I know, Mr. Swanson, this is an administrative regulation. This is not a board taken action. But still, I want to join my two student colleagues as well. Let's challenge the kids. I'm going to express my opinion as a board member, and also, giving them more opportunities when they were in 6th grade, 7th grade. People brains mature at different levels. That's all I can say. So I know it is AR already, I think, passed, I believe. I sincerely ask for, take a look at what happened today. The teachers and all the parents have spoken. And one more thing, I want to bring it to the community's attention also, even for our administrators and teachers. Folsom and Rancho Cordova, they are evolving, at least in last 1 or 2 decades, as a tech boom, an alternate for Bay Area. If you can see it, in at least last 5 years, $80 billion Qualcomm moved in our area. Samsung moved in. There are so many STEM-driven technologies are coming. I totally understand our neighbors has certain standards on the math and science and STEM, but I want to challenge, our administration, our teachers, including myself. Let's be the leaders. Let's challenge our kids and take us kids to the next level. This is a request for, all the administrators. Jim, I know the teachers has done awesome job. Again, don't take me wrong. I was a 5th grade teacher once upon a time. So I can literally sit into that. But the amenities we have and the approach kids are learning, it is different. Yes, there is 40 kids appeared. There's only 5 selected. Yeah, that's the 5 we need. They can be the leaders reinventing the next invisible chip. Invisible chip, right? And in the movies, Matrix, you click here, the person stands here. They may be the kids, those 5. So it's again, I sincerely want to thank all the parents. I got so many emails. I want to thank, I didn't respond to many of you, but here is my response to all of you. I heard, along with my students, colleagues, and some of my colleagues are also maybe thinking on that one, especially David Reed, and I are sincerely requesting our administrators and teachers, please reconsider. Please reconsider, challenge our kids. I was doing a lot of research. I was watching Jo Boaler. I think I may be mispronouncing her name. She's a Stanford professor, and her main thing is mathematics. How she was speaking, it's mind-blowing. Challenge the kids. If they fail, their brain cells are more actively running. Doctors has proven in MRI. She showed it. Let it be that kid failed in 5th grade, the brain cells goes up and pass in 6th grade. So I just want to, give those perspectives, from my side, and I hope you guys will reconsider the request. The one more thing is, I think I joined Sean. Thank you so much for taking me around for food services on the 2 middle schools and Cordova High. Ashley, our food services director, she and her staff are so passionate. They were literally asking kids how the taste is. So they are aligning to my feelings. And I tasted also, it's yummy. And, hey, I want to just taste a bite. My goal is, I think I'm already coming to the fulfillment when parents ask their kids in the morning, what do you want me to pack for the breakfast or lunch? They all should be saying, I don't want anything. I'll go to the school. I'll eat at the school lunch. That's my goal. Ashley is driving on that direction already. That's why she went to SAB this morning and asking the feedback, all of you. Feedback is the secret sauce. Thank you again.
Right, thank you. Board Member Larrett.
Yeah, so I went to Cordova High and I went to the yoga class with a buddy class, which was amazing. It was probably like the most calm I'd been like for an entire week, but I was really feeling it the next day, I will tell you. They far exceeded me. But if you have a chance to go out there, they had soccer players that were in with their SPED students and they were doing yoga in there and it was an amazing hour. So just a really, really cool experience there. Got to go see Hadestown at Cordova High and am very excited that we have so many freshman students that are there that were super, super talented. So we're gonna have them for the next 4 years and excited to see some drama added into our middle schools so that we'll have a really nice feeder program into Cordova High, which is like amazing. So I'm really excited about that. But did just really wanna give a big thank you to staff for making this move at Riverview STEM. I know this is something that the community has really been desiring for the last 5-6 years, really driving that conversation. And so for us to really actively move that ball forward, I'm super grateful for it. I really do not like losing kids to Gold River Discovery and San Juan. I want them to stay here with us. So we're very excited about that and just really wanted to thank staff for the quick moving on getting those 2 portables because I know it was a feat. So thank you for that, and that's it for me.
Right, thank you. Board Member Lofthouse.
Thank you. Congratulations to the spring athletes that came out tonight. My favorite meetings are the ones where the students are here and celebrated. So, and then I just wanted to clarify that I 100% believe every single student in this district should thrive. And we are currently operating in a school system that has not changed since its existence. And I think that when I say change is hard, that can look very different. And I think that there is a ton of research that actually shows that tracking students or putting students on a specific pathway and following them is not necessarily the best for student success and growth. And I think that we can't do status quo anymore. And we're preparing students for jobs that don't exist, invisible ships. And we have to learn to teach students to think and think deeply and grow with everybody, not maybe just the students that they've been with forever. And I think that when we are moving forward and we are making changes, it doesn't mean that we can't look back and pivot and say, you know what, we do need to make a change. This change might be small and it might be different, but we have to allow the experts in our district that have spent hours and hours and hours looking at research. Joe Bowler would 100% support the move that we are making. And so we have gone to trainings with her in this district, and the pathway that we are moving and in the direction that we are moving for students, while it is very different than what any of us have experienced in school, school looks different now, and we need to continue having it look different because the world is looking different. And so I support the district making a decision that is hard and that is different, because I do think that what we will see once we do roll this out is that more students will be successful. And so we will have the room filled with even more people taking accelerated math classes and getting further in math than they ever thought was possible, because the opportunity has now been opened up to more students. And so while we have a small group here and we definitely got a lot of emails, there's also 20,000 other students that might not have seen this as a possibility. And now we're opening up that possibility for the students that maybe never saw it as an option to grow that far in math. And so I think that we do move forward with what the teachers have wanted and have asked for. And next year, maybe we do pivot and maybe we do make some changes and we make some adjustments for what we're seeing, because we can't steer a ship. We don't know where it's going. So once we get it going and recognize, okay, maybe there needs to be some adjustments, but this isn't just an overnight decision that was made. I know that this has been worked on as the framework has been rolling out for the last, I don't know, like 9 years. I feel like the state has been working on rolling it out. And the district, all districts are going to eventually have to make adjustments to follow the new framework. And so I think we're actually ahead of the game with that, and that's something we should be proud of. And it looks different, and that can be scary, but it doesn't mean that we're taking opportunities away from kids. I actually think we're giving a lot of opportunity to many other ones out there. So, but that's just my thoughts on that. And I wanted to ask student board members on elections for you guys.
Well, yeah, we have 7 people running, well, 2 from Rancho and then 5 from the Folsom side, and all, I think, are they all girls?
I think so.
Yeah, they're all girls too. So you'll have 2 girls sitting here, or yeah, whatever they identify as. And I don't think they started campaigning, or they were allowed to start campaigning yesterday. They all got vetted. They all had their interviews. They all did great. And elections are all going. I think for ASB too, I think they're starting up. So voting is from April 22nd to, I believe, the 1st or 2nd week of May.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
2nd, yeah.
And then everybody have a safe and restful break. It's well-deserved.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I just had a few things to report on. I had the opportunity to visit Russell Ranch, Mangini Ranch, and Riverview STEM. I wanted to congratulate them personally on their winning the Distinguished School Awards. They actually are going to do the awards in Anaheim on May 30th. Why they do it during graduation week, I don't know. But unfortunately, I will not be there, as I believe that's Cordova's graduation. But congratulations to those 3 schools. I want to echo what Eric had said about the communication team. Congratulations on your awards. You guys do work hard to connect with the community, and we appreciate that. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to say a few words at the FCUSD Community Schools study tour. I couldn't stay that long, but it was filled with representatives throughout the region. And I'm not sure, I know Board Member Laird was there and participated on a panel. But for the short time I was there was some good collaboration and good discussions. Actually, I think, yeah, Jeanette was there too on the panel. I mean, Tracy was on there. Great job. And actually, my thanks to the community schools. They did give the board a certificate as an MVP. So we appreciate that. Just want to send out a reminder that, for our art enthusiasts, if you want to see some good art, go to the MAC starting yesterday, or today actually. It's a student art show, and you'll see some amazing art pieces. Actually, some are for sale. I know that I will be making a trek out there tomorrow to hang out for a little bit and maybe bid on some art myself. So if you have a chance, please go to the MAC in Rancho Cordova to check out that. And then I had the opportunity to see the production of Hadestown as well as the Brothers Grimm at Folsom, both excellent performances. So if you have an opportunity, I think they're still going, right? Or no, they're done? Grimm is done.
Yeah,
okay.
Grimm is done. I don't know about Hadestown.
So we'll look forward to their other productions coming up. I hope everyone has a relaxing spring break. I will let you know that I will not be at the next board meeting on May 1st. I just need to take some time away to decompress and basically relax. So I know that I'm going to leave the meeting in good hands with Board Member Lofthouse, our Vice President. So with that being said, I want to thank the parents for coming out and talking math, and Earl and Faith, thank you for coming out. And I just want to thank the staff and everybody for their hard work. And I want to thank my board, this governance team, for tackling the hard issues. And it never gets easy. Serving my 9th year on this board, and there are some hard decisions that we have to make. But rest assured that we are going to do our research. We are going to talk to the community before we come up with any kind of decision. So with that being said, we'll move on to item 17, advanced planning. Again, the next board meeting is May 1st. I will not be here. And then we're looking at the 12-month board calendar, and then the suggested future items. Is there anything of note for this governance team to take a look at?
I just wanted to make sure that we had consensus from earlier about the resolution for the Prop 30.
55.
55, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we want that on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeanette, is there timing? Is it too early? Is it too?
No, I already turned ours in,
Okay.
but David Love.
As soon as, okay.
All right.
Real quick, Board President,
Yes.
I know from our 12-month board calendar, we have made a change. We are not meeting on June 14th, which is a Saturday. I believe that we rescheduled that, and it will be another board governance study session, and that's on June 10th. So
Yes,
that'll
sir.
be from 5 until 8 o'clock
Yes.
with Nicole Anderson, our consultant.
Sounds good.
For future agenda items, just, outlook, it doesn't have to be next or following. Bringing a presentation from safety committee. I know they're doing so much work, but it is in the closed doors within that safety committee. 2 members of these trustees and a couple of other SROs. But coming here and sharing all the great things they're doing, and they're implementing some pilots for vaping detection and all those, and they'll have some tangible numbers to share. I'm talking a month or two from now, put that on the agenda. So
Does the vaping task force update on June 5th meet that expectation, or would you like a separate presentation?
if they can cover all the safety aspects, then that's
That
fine.
one? Okay.
That's fine.
Like the other
don't have
content that's
Yeah, we
covered at
can-
the safety committee?
Safety committee. Yeah, that should be fine.
Is there consensus?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay. With that being said, the board will recess back into closed session. But other than that, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, meeting adjourned.